rock shit, put and bounce in the mosh pit. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 Hey ladies, hey fellas, and the people that don't give a fuck. All the lovers, all the haters, and all the people that call themselves players. Hot mamas, pimp daddies, and the people rolling up in caddies. Hey rockers, hip hoppers, and everybody, 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 everybody. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 Move it, now move out. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling.
Come on. Come on. I love some Limpy biscuit in the morning. 8 a.m. Good morrow. Good morrow, fair maiden. Galina cappuccina. Allure? Guys, remember that cheetah in DBD the other day? They're gone. Remember that cheetah? Bam. Out of here. Gone. Bang. Hello. Good morning. I did that thing this morning where I get Granny's notifications, like her announcement channel up in Discord. And I stayed in bed until she announced she was going live. I was like, I couldn't fall asleep last night. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. 125. Scotel. Holy shit. Thank you, doll. Yippee. That's my guard. And I also have an announcement. I actually like playing Jetpack Cat. I actually think I'm gonna main Jetpack Cat, guys. I joked about it. I hate a cat on the other team in Overwatch, but it's fun. It's fun, and I'm getting really good at him. I'm getting really good at him. Oh, shit. I don't think I'm as annoying as other cats, though. But they're so cute, Cammy. Yeah, only 2 people are here, 7. Only 2. But it's so funny, because, like, guys, I'm calling it. Garan's going to talk about it today at some point. She's going to go, by the way, I'm obsessed with it. At first, when I tried the cat, I was like, I don't get the appeal. But now I'm actually getting good at the cat, and I'm having so much fun. I think the cat is what I've been meant to play. I think I'm him. How was it, Kaylee? How'd you go? Hello, princess. 35. Mamma mia. Thank you, David. Hello. Baka. I love Overwatch. I'm back into it now. I'm back into it. I have such a busy weekend that I won't be gaming at all. But look, after stream next week, she's jumping on Overwatch. Nexus 3 streak. Hi, doll. My program is on. Yum. How are you, doll? Oh my god, when is it actually over again, Kaylee? You got this. I believe in you. I bloody believe in you. Thank you for yesterday as well, guys. I just woke up feeling so weird because naughty me, I cancelled my doctor's appointment yesterday, Arvo, the night before. Because I was like, oh, I don't need it. It's fine. Like, I'll just stream. And then I woke up feeling so weird that I booked an appointment. I was like, is she available? And there was one appointment at 1 p.m. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go to that appointment, see how I feel. And I felt much better, but it felt good just to like stop, I guess. Cause I've just been kind of going and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to stay offline. So So thank you for understanding. I appreciate you. I didn't expect that at all. That was kind of, it kind of happened automatically. I didn't even like think I was going to do that, but it was good. It was good. I needed it, I think. They were cool about it. Roll and roll and roll and roll. Oh, here's Mimi. Also, Little Miss, you know how sometimes, pardon me, cats knead with a blanket in their mouth? She had my fluffy blanket in her mouth, kneading. I'm like, girl, you're too sneezy at the moment. You shouldn't be doing this. As soon as she stopped, obviously because it's a fluffy blanket, she just started sneezing. I'm like, girl, you can't knead at the moment. Tail. I stayed offline yesterday and I was anxious all day about my after. Yes, no, Cammy. Me for real. Also, I think I won't notice anything crazy today, but just a heads up, I don't... Let me know if anyone... I don't think I will notice anything, but I am now on 50. So I went from... So she said, try 50 now, since you did okay with 25s. I doubt today I'll notice anything drastic straight off the bat. But if I do feel a bit sleepy, it's because while I've been adjusting, I haven't been sleeping well. And I know you guys understand, but I feel really bad about it because I feel like I haven't been able to do my usual streams. And I'm just like, I'm playing the same 3 games. I'm not really doing variety. I'm not super energetic. So yes, this is Trapper. Look at his ass. How was your appointment, Cammy, though? Oh my God, Kaylee, I know. I'm so excited for you. You deserve it. Yeah, true, Pixel. True, true, true. That's why I'm nervous for this weekend because there's so much on, but I have to remind myself that everything's really chill. Like, there's nothing crazy. Like, you'll be okay. It's okay. Thanks, Nexus. That's really nice. The good news is I'm showing up still. I'm just choosing to play games that scratch my brain. Great. That's funny. Whoopsies. Yeah, I usually do after stream appointments. But I cancelled my 4:15 yesterday. And then I woke up and I was feeling weird and I was like, oh no, I need to see her. Hi Bexley. Thank you, doll. I am, I promise. That's why yesterday I felt a little bit guilty, but mostly I was like, no, this is the right decision for me. It was nice just to not. And I did chores as well. Like I did stuff that I was meaning to do for ages. And I got to hang out with Granny as well, which was nice to like have more time. Like I know I'm seeing her today, but I usually am too tired to play with her off stream. So it was kind of nice just to, I don't know, float around, I think. Oh my God, yay. So wait, three appointments for the assessment? What are they, what is it? Like, excuse my ignorance. I have no idea. Is it like, do you have to talk a lot? Do you have to write stuff down? Hi, Connie. Good morning. How are you? Ping morning, girl. You're here early. Oh, I'm excited. Needed some whimsy myself, so I bought one of those Miniverse blind box balls. That's a teeny fish ball. Oh, cute. I'm ping chicken wings ho. What? Get your glitz out. We're going shopping. Excuse me? Hey, baby. Hi, CT. I'm good, Connie. I'm a little bit sleepy today. I couldn't fall asleep, but I'm very happy to be here. And it's Mother's Day this weekend, guys. Mother's Day. It's at a GP, so they do multiple assessments, and then the third one is with the psychiatrist. Right. Oh, okay, cool. How are you feeling about it? We welcome any hoes of pings. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. What's my point? I forget my point. I don't know. Also, next week, I put it in my schedule. I'm going to be having a little date with Mum in the morning. I think it's US Monday. I'll still be here, but I'll just start later. Not the boy coming and saying I made him follow. Ping with a gun. Follow her. Also, I realized what emote I need to make, guys. I don't know why it's taking me so long. I'm going to make an emote for next week of the part in our favorite meme where he goes, pizza. I'm going to put his face as an animated alert for you guys. I think we need it. I think we need an animated pizza alert. And I'm cooking him dinner. What are you
away,
cooking?
Fighting_global just subscribed.
Pizza.
Carl's Loop.
Global. Oh my god, thank you for 31. Mamma mia. Good point. Thank you. Thank you for the resub. Oh my god. I really bloody appreciate it. Thank you. Follow the Australian or else. Oh, I think Ren and I are going to be doing some Tamagotchi in between some games. Wait, what's for dinner? Can I come? Oh my god. Cross is on a 20 stream streak? Yep. Also, after DVD with Gran, I don't know what I feel like playing. Repo has an update, which is cool. Also, you know, I want to play Faz. I'm not sure what I'm going to play yet. I do have to be off by a certain time today because we are going to Mortal Kombat. Friend group of mine. So I need to get ready. I'm not looking forward to the Uber, but you do what you have to do. I don't want to get... I had this driver the other week that was... he was that type of person, and I mean this with love because he was nice, where he's very negative. What's it called? That, apathetic? I don't know. He was very just like... I think he's like, oh, don't you miss living near the beach? And I'm like, no, not really. He's like, I hate the beach. Oh, pessimistic. He's like, I hate the beach. I'm like, oh, okay. Like everything he would say, he's like, I hate reality TV. Like he would always just like say things he hates.
Void just resubbed for 3 months. You're a wonderful ray of sunshine,
Oh my
doll.
God.
Take my prime sub. Carl's
Great.
dab.
Also great. Thank you. That's really sweet. Good morning, Cross. Izzy. What the hell? Thank you. Oh, also, I had weird... I checked my, my thing today. I think... You know what I worry about? Sometimes when a random person comes in and, like, subs or gift subs, I worry that it's fake. Because I had $100 of refunds today on my thing, which is fine. Like, I want people to take care of themselves. I'm not angry or mad, but it's like, don't do anything if it's going to be fake. Because, like, that's bad. That's bad for creators. Like, don't do anything if you can't afford it. Like, I don't want it if you can't afford it because I want you to put yourself first. But I was like, oh, shit, okay. Oh, no. So I hope, number one, they're okay. Number two, they don't keep doing it to people because it feels like I don't know, that just feels mean. So I hope they're okay, though, first and foremost. Protein for dessert, air fryer chicken tendies, and protein mac and cheese. Fuck, give me that, please. Please. I promise I'm not AI. Thank you. I know you're not AI. I know you're not. I want to see it. Can I come? I'll drive. Come on. Also, hi Liv. Hi Pixel properly. Yappadoodle door. I know Gran is so into Tamagotchi right now. I wonder if she'll call me first. I think I'm gonna have to call her and be like, hey, let's queue up. Although I don't really mind yapping, so I'm fine. But still. Protein is something I'm gonna use from now on, by the way. Protein's crazy. Protein. Let me see if she's here. Hold. Hold. I'm gonna meow, I think. Hold. Oh, girl, just having a yap. Oh, cute. Let's see if she sees me. Old gal. Okay. She'll call me back. She'll call me back. Mimi's on my lap. Hi, honey. I tell you, the greatest joy in my life is playing Jetpack Cat while Mimi's on my lap. I love Jetpack Cat. I'm so obsessed. Which is kind of cute because I haven't had that feeling playing a hero in ages. So I guess that's kind of cool. You can tell she's up early because her eyes are so sleepy. Why'd you get up? You could have stayed in bed. You just downloaded this game? Kiwi, lock in. Lock in, baby. Hi, honey. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. She's my little old gal. Oh. Well, we may as well do this while we wait for Gran. Do we have any love yet? God damn it. Oh no. Oh, what's wrong with Terry? I gotta turn down the music. Oh, this music's so good though. I love it. Is it true Pink Pink said Jesus makes him come and made you pee? Wait, what? Yes. Yes, it's true. Kiwi, that's so normal. It's so normal. Everyone sucks at DBD when they're brand new. Plus, you still suck sometimes. I will lose a lot of my games, but it's okay. The learning curve is so fun. If you end up enjoying it, it's so much fun. Okay, if that wasn't Ping typing on your account, you're meant for each other because holy shit, that's so funny. Oh, Terry's making ciggies. Oh, Liv, that's so cute. What the fuck?
Ha. Hello.
Hello.
I've grown bored of this house.
No.
Perhaps a change of scenery is in order.
No.
Should I move somewhere else?
What? No. Hee hee.
I knew you were going to.
Really? Thanks for your advice.
It was that or
Oh, did you tell your chat?
yes, and I said you were gonna talk about it too.
Girl, okay, so I've just been talking about Michael Jackson, but
Okay.
I forgot to mention, Carla is now a jetpack cat main, and she's obsessed.
I love it though, but
I
like
wonder what Terry Owen is up
you
to
love it
right now.
too.
I do because it brings me joy to see Carla flying around as a rotund ginger puss on one of those little toddler walker things that's flying. It's so funny.
I'm obsessed. I love it. It's honestly, I've never felt this way about a hero. And I love Mora, don't get me wrong. I love her, but there's something about it. Oh, what does Steve Irwin want?
Do
Oh,
you remember what I
The
told
new
you
books could be
yesterday
so funny.
about
Crikey.
Overwatch? I
um,
said, when you find a hero that you just
yeah,
like regardless of the mechanics or whatever, you just throw yourself at them and you just play. Like Wu
True.
Yang, like people barely play him. Like no one plays him.
true.
But he's so fun, and I love
Yes.
it. And the Jetpack Cat's the same. It's like people don't really play them, but if you enjoy playing them, then go ahead and become the best.
I agree. I agree.
No, because I live.
No, because I agree. I've been loving it.
Um,
Do you want to
Dead
queue
by
up?
Daylight. Yeah, let me get on.
Put your
Okay.
ass away, child.
Goobs,
Killer
hey,
Tofu
do you play
just
Overwatch?
subscribed.
Killer! Ow! Shamora!
Simone.
Oh,
Simone.
Ow!
Ooh, ow.
Oh!
You're really good at that.
I know. I
You're
know
really
I am.
Good. You're
Thank
really
you.
good at that.
Thank you. Thank you. Game, hello! Wait, we should learn together. Killer, thank you for 27. How are you, doll? Game, welcome in. Jazz, hello. Ow! Hi, TJ. How are you? I like it though. It's good fun. Oh, yeah. I'm learning. Well, I know the bare bones of it. Shamola. But I have you seen Michael Goose? What do you think of it? My resident movie buff. What's my point? I don't know what my point is. Hi, Pookie. How are you, doll? Ow! I'm just gonna hee through all our games. Whoopsies. I've been working 11 out of the, oh, Jesus, Scoobs. Right. Fair. Wait, is this? I actually don't know. Ow! Yeah.
Ow!
Join my lobby.
I'm coming.
Who was our synergy that we liked? Was it Ghostface and what we were playing a thing?
Oh yeah, who
What
did
were-
we like? We destroyed everybody. Who was it?
Was
oh,
it Nemesis?
Nemesis. Yes, I was playing Nemesis. Yes, and let me tell you, it was so good.
Really?
What's your favorite Michael Jackson song?
I like Dirty Diana and Men in the
Oh
Mirror.
my god, do you want to know some lore?
Is this about Diana and he removed from the set list, but she's like, no, I love that song, and then he played it anyway?
Yes, and he was like, oh, should I? And she said, she went up to him and she's like, no, put it in.
Yeah.
Girl,
Mhm.
he's so annoying, Charles. No, I'm sorry, but he is. Like, come on.
Well, to
Have
be
you ever
fair,
seen that footage of him getting annoyed when he's like holding a pen or something? I'm like, ew.
no, you know what the funniest clip of him I love is he's getting interviewed and they're like, come on, like you have to say you like touring, and he's like, no, I don't like touring though. And he's like,
Are you talking about Charles or Michael?
oh, sorry, Michael.
I was talking about Charles.
Oh, I was gonna say, oh, I thought that was considerate.
He's annoying. No.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to tell you this clip of Michael anyway. And they're doing this like interview, and they're like, you have to say you love to tour. And he's like, no, but I go through hell. I don't like to tour. And they're like, just try, Michael. And he's like, okay. And then deadpan, he goes, I love to tour.
I love to tour. And then we just watched that on stream. I love
I
the
love
one where
to
he's
tour.
imitating sounds around him.
Yeah.
He's
Yes,
kinda
yes.
Like, whoop, whoop, whoop.
He's actually really funny if you watch clips. Cracks me up.
He is.
He's funny.
Have you seen the one where a woman sitting next to him is like, she yells to someone off the camera, and he looks at her and
yes.
goes, your voice is really irritating.
Yes.
You sound like Carol Burnett.
Yeah.
I don't know who Carol Burnett is, but, you know.
That's funny. Real. Join my lobby,
Okay,
bitch.
I'm coming in.
Keeps it real. Such a diva, but I love that.
No, he's funny.
So funny.
Carol Burnett. Okay, people are yelling at me. Carol Burnett?
Queef, hello.
Oh yeah, I recognize this face. She's from Annie?
Oh.
Was she? Oh my god, was she Mrs. Harrington in Nanny?
I'm not too sure, but I have
In
law.
Nanny? In the
The
no,
Nanny.
Nanny. Guys, please.
I don't know if mum still has this. I think it's gone. But when Michael Jackson died, I think I was like 13, 14. And I was so like, because I grew up with his music. So I loved him. But I had this folder. Remember those blue folders you used to use in school? They were just blue with heaps of
Yes.
plastic. Yeah, so I had that.
Yes, with the oh, it's kind of a little bit grainy and weird. on the
Yes,
top.
exactly. Yes.
Yes. With
And
the, yes.
Yep. And I got all like the special magazines from Kohl's or like the newspaper clippings. And I had this huge ass folder of all the media that came out. Like the physical media that came out when he died. And it was this huge, like,
God.
I don't know why I became like fixated. I was like, this is so interesting to me. I don't know why. I don't know where it is. I don't know if mum threw it out, but it was like this thick. It was crazy.
That is so interesting because a lot of people, when he died, it's like he had this sudden resurgence in like I remember, like there was a CD album that came out. I specifically remember the cover. It was white. It was like Michael Jackson Greatest Hits or something, and he was like wearing his Billie Jean outfit, doing the little like tippy toe move that he does.
Yes.
That came out, and that was like top of the charts.
Yeah. I mean, he's remained
Because
consistent.
He was a legend.
No, of course. And I will say that I think because of that, I think I did repurchase albums when I was younger. And I learned everything. So if we play Man in the Mirror right now, I know every ad lib he does. Like, I know every sound he does. I could lip sync Man in the Mirror perfectly with his noises. I don't know why.
The words, I'm gonna be honest, I never learned. I don't.
Wait,
Naughty boy.
can I read something out?
Tammy
Yes, go.
_RN has
Wait.
gifted a sub to Just Molly.
Jeffy, that's so funny.
Now that's quite
Hold.
a few months. Tighter Tammy for my sub
Um,
gift.
in a salvo somewhere, there's a binder that's stacked with the media clippings of death.
Yes.
Someone
You need to
bought
put that
it.
on your Tamagotchi
Someone
island.
bought it for $1. No, Jeffy, you're so real. That's so funny. Molly, thank you for 38 as well. Oh my god. Thank you,
Michael
doll.
Jackson's words.
How are
like,
you?
I have to know what he's saying.
This is it. I think
But
yes.
it's the beat. That he
Yeah,
does,
true.
That's what gets me.
Yeah.
Like, my favorite Michael Jackson song is his first solo song,
Mm-hmm.
Don't Stop Till You Get Enough.
Yes.
That first, like, whoa, diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle, that
True.
I
That
don't
would
know
stay
what
in
that
your brain.
does
That would
something to
tickle
me.
it.
But I have no idea what the hell he's saying. I have no, to this day, I don't.
Sometimes. Don't stop till you get enough.
Come
Yeah,
on,
no,
I don't know
some
what he's
songs.
saying.
No, it's like Man in the Mirror where they go, no, look, I won't do this. But there's some songs where you don't know what he's saying, but you just do the sound. And that's
Yes.
okay. That's okay.
Hold on. Carla, come with me now. I'm going to look up the lyrics to Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, okay?
Okay.
Don't stop till you get enough. I'm going to tell you what he is saying.
Well, you know the
'Cause
line.
I've never looked it up. I've never looked it up. I don't know what he's saying.
The line that goes, if you can't feed the baby, then don't have a baby. I didn't
Is
know that.
what?
Yeah. If you can't feed the baby,
Naughty boy.
then don't have a baby.
Burrito0986
Yes.
has gifted a sub to
Yeah.
Jeffrey
Treasure
Takers.
Train at 8:30 a.m. Get a grip,
Okay, so
Twitch.
at the beginning he says,
Oh my god.
Oh, oh my
Burrito,
God, 'cause there's the
3
little
months to
sexy intro.
Jeffy.
he says, I was wondering, if you could keep on.
Oh my God,
because
Molly.
the Force, it's got a lot of power. And
Real.
it made me feel like,
Yes.
Okay, then he says,
Put your ass
"Lovely
away, child.
is the feeling now.
Green Diamond sub
Fever.
just subscribed.
Temperatures
Bello, Carla,
rising
and
now.
Clumps.
He's saying all of this? I never
Oh.
knew.
And then
Power. Oh, power.
if a baby's a baby, then don't have a baby.
Is that what he says?
Yes.
You're lying.
No. And then he's like, and then he does the mama's here, mama. But like, that's what he says. If you can't have a baby, don't have a baby. If the baby's a maybe, then don't have a baby. That's what he's saying.
I
And
don't
he's
see
and he's
that in
spitting.
the lyrics, Carla.
No, this is in the other one. What song
Carla,
is that?
It's not in the. No, it's. I'm on Don't Stop Till You Get Enough.
Okay, wait,
Which-
hold.
Which I feel like is not the right title for a song about don't have a baby.
No, that's a different song, I think.
Well, I should hope so.
Pause.
Striker
Stop till you
underscore
get enough.
500 has
Striker!
gifted 5 subs.
Green.
Naughty boy.
Well,
Oh, that's gonna be gotta be starting something.
gotta be starting a family. Yeah.
Green, thank you for 21. Burrito, 3 months to
That makes
Jeffy.
it
How's
happen.
Tazzy,
It asks
Jeffy?
no
Miss
questions.
you.
Why?
I'm
So
learning
get
Jetpack Cat, by the
closer
way.
To my body. Okay, yeah.
And
Just
Striker,
love
thank you
me
for
till
5
you don't
gifted
know
and
how.
unlocking
Oh,
the
okay,
discount.
so what he's saying is, keep
Thank
on
you.
with the Force. Don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough. That's what.
With the
Keep
Force,
on.
don't stop.
With the Force, don't stop.
Oh,
That's
don't
what
stop.
he's saying.
Come on. Oh, I didn't realize that. With the Force, don't
I
stop.
never
Don't stop
ever
till you
knew
get
that.
enough. Oh, okay.
Keep on. Keep on. That's what he was saying. What?
Don't stop till you get enough. Oh, shit.
Also, the song Annie, Are You Okay?
Smooth Criminal.
What is that about?
No one knows, but I hope she's okay.
I don't think she is.
Oh, okay.
Because there were blood stains on the carpet.
Oh, shit. Oh,
I
she's just
know.
on a period.
People often forget.
She's just on her rags.
Oh, it was Shark.
She's free bleeding.
Annie, are you okay?
Annie's
Me?
free bleeding.
Annie, are you okay? It's a frantic, repeated
Oh,
question asking if a
yes.
woman. Shut up, AI overview. Like,
Oh,
girl, do you think I didn't know that?
you know
This
the.
is- okay, can I tell you what the AI is telling me?
He actually said he prefers that version. Did he actually? It's a great. I'm gonna say something. Smooth Criminal by Alien Ant Farm or Animal Ant Farm, whatever,
Animal
is
Crossing.
is one of the best covers of all time. Such a good cover, and
Like
personally
Miley
approved
Cyrus
it.
Singing that.
I knew you were gonna say that. God, you're so
Madonna
predictable. I
song.
love us.
I love that cover.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
So what is? It's about a woman being attacked in her apartment.
Alien Ant Farm. Cold and old, but nice. Oh yeah,
Oh my
Joe.
God.
Is there
Wait,
a pub?
You're not gonna believe this.
Yes.
The phrase is inspired by the Rushian CPR doll used in first aid training, where the trainees are taught to ask Annie, "Are you okay?"
Oh.
Oh
Oh my god, there you
that's what
go.
it's
Nate said it
from.
before you said it. Nate, GG, Joe. Wow.
Me and Nate shaking hands with Google right now.
No, honestly, doing this. Striker,
So
thank you so
bizarre.
much for those
Why have I
those
never looked
subbies.
this stuff
I
up?
appreciate you. Thank you. I'm sorry you didn't get the discount, but you unlocked it. 'Cause you're the goat. I also have a popcorn bar, a Red Bull, and a water because I am the picture of health. I couldn't be bothered making toast, I'll be honest with you. I just couldn't. I couldn't. I wanted to, but I was like, girl, I'm tired. I don't want to butter anything. I say that. If you can't feed the baby, then don't have a baby. Ow!
What song is that one?
Want to be starting something?
Wanna be starting something. Don't have a baby? Is that what... If you can't feed your baby,
Don't have a baby.
Oh my god.
Only Mike will go through CPR training and be like, you know what? She
Are
deserves
you
the
gonna
song.
go to the movie and see
That's
it?
so funny. I want to. I don't know when I'll have time. I'm seeing Mortal Kombat tonight, which I actually don't know. It is what it is.
That's so funny that you're
I know.
going to see that.
I know. It wasn't my idea. It was a group of friends, and I was like, okay, fine. I wish we were seeing Michael Jackson.
It looks good.
I want to
Yeah, it
hee
looks good. I did like the movie. I was saying to the Jack, I was saying, I wish they had spent a bit more time on like the depth of everything rather than
circumcision.
they spent a little too long like recreating entire songs. It's like, okay, we don't need to see like the entire thing.
Real.
Tammy underscore RN has gifted 30 subs.
I just ignored Granny so bad. I'm so sorry, Aquarius. Hello. Oh my god. Time out. Tim Tam Slam. What the hell? Thank you so much for fucking 30 subs. Oh my god. Hello? Wait, that was a discounted circumcision guy. Crazy. Yeah, Tammy, thank you. If you were gifted a sub from Tammy, please make sure you say thank you. Happy Nurses Week! Thank you so much, and the big Hermie. I really appreciate that. Good morning. Are you at work? Discount circumcision is crazy, but I mean, like, it is. I know! Wanna be my lover, aha, yeah, hey. Wanna be my lover, oh my god. You're home? Oh my god. Welcome home, Joe.
Idon 2738 has gifted 10 subs.
Thank you so much. Tammy, Striker, oh my god. Love that circumcision. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much, guys. If you were gifted a sub, please make sure you say thank you. I cannot tell you how much this fucking means. Thank you so much. That's really lovely. Juliet. Great name, by the way. Thank you for thanking. Konami. Your friendship. I love it. Off till Faz. Oh my god. Off till Faz. Off till Sat. Oh shit. Let me see you dance. Let me see you dance. Oh my god. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble. Guys, I made this for a charity stream. That's crazy.
Nate underscore logs has
Thank you
gifted
so
6
much,
subs.
Nate.
Naughty boy.
Oh my god. Guys, stop, drop, and roll, babe. Stop, drop, and roll. What's going on? Jesus Christ. Thank you. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. I don't know how to feel. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I didn't expect a level 8 treasure train at 8:40 a.m. on a Friday. You should ban Canary for bullying. Are you guys in a Discord right now just laughing? Surrender, thank you for thanking Nate as well. Liv, thank you for thanking. We've been so lucky getting treasure trains lately. What's going on? Oh my god. Running a treasure train on car like this out is wild. It's not even 9 a.m. That's crazy. You should ban Idon for being lame as fuck. Guys, wait. Are you actually beefing IRL? Don't beef. You guys are so sexy. You're best friends. You can't beef. I need you guys. Here, look. I'll fix the beef. You need to be best friends again. We need this. You're the iconic duo. Now we're chilling. I know. I know. You're my gourds. We're in Discord. Okay, cool. You know, you don't know, though. Because, like, I know you guys are friends or in Discord, but imagine if you guys were actually beefing and you chose to beef in my chat. And I'm like, guys, no, don't. You guys are the best. Make up. Make up. The harmonica of harmony. Yes, true. True. I actually really want to try and hook up a second cam behind me so I can look back at it and tell people off for treasure training. Thank you though, guys. I really appreciate it. That's lovely. So supportive. So beautiful. Ping!
I've arranged transportation to take you home.
A limousine!
And for breakfast,
A pizza!
Ten toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper.
Oh,
Underground methods. Notch rules. Get the moves, better listen.
what the
Straight
hell?
terror. Product of your errors. Pushing culture, baby. Got that product you can measure. Driving feather. The one who got the weather. Swerving while I'm bumping Project Petter. Got me swerving through that weak shit.
Thank
It's on
you.
the block, bring the heat, bitch. Don't know how to style. We got Flacco.
Ping
What
Pink
the
Chicken Wing has
hell?
gifted 15 subs to viewers.
A pizza! Oh my god, holy alert maintenance! That's one of my favorite alerts. It gets me going. It gets me going. Thank you so much. Also, I love seeing all the thank yous in chat. I know you might be a little shy and don't want to come out of lurk, and I do understand that, but seeing the thank yous is so great. Thank you, guys. The Oz flag kills me at the end. I know, I was like, how do I end this alert? I don't know. Let's put the flag in. I should honestly record myself making an alert, because sometimes it takes like 1 to 2 hours and it's pure shit. Like, my alerts, as much as you love them, they're horseshit in the best way. I'm saying that in like a funny way. They're just so random and they make no sense. And I'm honestly editing it being like, is that funny? I don't know. And then I play it and then I regret it. I play it for stream and I go, oh god, that's so stupid. But you know what? Fuck it. They're memorable. They get stuck in our head. So what? So what? Ping, thank you so much. Nate, Idon, Tammy, Striker, I appreciate. Molly!
Welcome to the BBC.
Up next, Peppa Pig star gets porked.
Find out tonight, will he become
Daddy's favorite. Molly? What the fuck?
Just Molly has gifted
What is
20
going
subs.
on? I'm genuinely
Naughty boy.
so shocked. Allergic, Molly. Oh my god, everyone's getting a sub today. I hate that soundbite. I love it. Welcome to the BBC. That took me like 3 attempts to make, by the way. But I love it. Molly, thank you so much. Oh my god, what is going on? Thank you so much, everyone. Jesus, Lukey. Guys, oh my god, so many thank yous in chat as well. Andre!
Thank you for the sub.
Oh my god, it's so good to see you. How are you?
Put your ass away, child.
Kiwi, jump on the train.
Kiwi _Clothro just subscribed.
Molly, that is
Let me
so
jump on
generous.
that train.
Thank you. Everyone as well. The generosity is mind-blowing. I really appreciate it. Didn't expect that. Thank you so much. Genuinely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you everyone for thanking in chat. It's actually so beautiful to see so many thank yous. Oh my goodness. And that's ad-free viewing for all of you as well. That's amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the discount. Enjoy the discount. It makes me happy that at least you're saving a little bit of money with the discount. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kiwi, how are you as well? Oh my god, I'm genuinely a little bit I'm a little bit flustered. Hello? Yes, hello. I'm sending Mum flowers today, an early Mother's Day thing, because I don't want to have to carry. She's gonna have so many flowers from my sisters, so I sent it to her today. They're on their way. They're on their way. I know, Danny. I'm very lucky. Thank you, guys. It's been a minute. I've been weirdly busy. I feel that. I feel that. It's been a busy. It's been, honestly, I think this year's the busiest. Striker! What's going on? Hello? Open this. What with a will twizzle twine?
Striker _500 has gifted 10 subs.
Guys, thank you so much. Oh my god.
Put your
Hi,
ass away,
Freedom.
child.
How are you, doll?
Nate _Logs
Nate
just
39 is
subscribed.
crazy as well.
Queue up Winces. What's with the Whittle Tweeze your way?
A twiz your twin. Oh my goodness, Striker, Nate, thank you. Oh my golly gosh, thank you so much. Just a casual treasure train while we're waiting for our game. Oh my god, thank you for thanking everyone, guys. Just made stuffed mushrooms for Dins. I would love some actually. Yes, please. Yes, yes, yes. I'll take it. Sorry, I'm a little bit shocked. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. Oh, big love, Molly. I can't believe you did that. I can't believe everyone did that. Thank you, guys. It means the absolute world to me. Genuinely. Thank you. Something, something, cowgirl. Wait. Wow, wait. You made me feel like a cowgirl. Tammy. Idon. Oh, shit. Oh. 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 Oh, shit. Oh, fuck it up. Fuck it up. Fuck it up.
Stop it.
Hello?
Stop shaking it like jelly for 5 seconds.
We have to find the anomalies before we fucking die. Tammy, I don't.
Tammy _ Raren has gifted
Raren.
7 subs. Naughty boy.
Raren, by the way. Hey. Hey. That's enough slices. Thank you so much. What the hell, guys? What the hell?
Idon 2738
Thank
has
you
gifted
so
10
much.
subs.
Choo choo, motherfucker. No, seriously. Jesus Christ. Thank you, guys. Oh, God. Now I can finally use sorry about me. Sorry about me, guys. Speechless. Sorry. I'm a little bit shocked. I'm a little bit shocked. Thank you so much, everyone. Every single sub. I really, 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 really appreciate it. Thank you for thanking the gifters as well.
Thank you for the sub.
Oh my goodness. I guess we love the early streams.
Put your ass away, child.
I
Mother
guess
Gatesha
so.
just subscribed. I guess we
No,
love the
I
early
don't.
streams, Carl.
You're just working together. Mother, thank you for 8 months. Oh my god. I know. I'll do more early streams next week, I promise. What is the song you use for 7 sublet? It is Delhi Ice Spice, but the instrumental. But that's, I think, Ice Spice Delhi. I think that's what it's called. Hi Turtley. It's even if you meet. Yes. Thank you so much. Mother, Idon, Tammy. Oh my goodness. Nate, Striker, Kiwi, Molly, Ping. Oh god. Thank you. Juliet! I have no idea what's going on. What is happening?
Druliet has gifted 10 subs.
Oh my god. Thank you so much. What the fuck? I have no idea what's going on. I really appreciate passing on the good karma. You already have good karma being the best. What the hell? Thank you. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, Jesus. Everyone, their mother is getting a sub today. Yeah, everyone's ad-free viewing today. Oh, Jesus. Sorry. I apologize for this. I'm just genuinely really shocked. I love that you're live as I'm heading to bed or as I'm waking up. I love catching you when I can. I know, Molly. I know. When I promise. When I'm more settled with my new meds, I'll be able to do everything I say that I'm going to do. And I promise. Because I feel like, I really hope people aren't hearing me being like, okay, yeah, right. Because honestly, like, I've been wanting to do so much more, but I just haven't had the capacity. But I promise, I will once I settle, and it'll be great. And I'll be able to see you more because I want to see everyone. Seems as though everyone loves Scarlet Chris. Happy Mother's Day to mums then. No, true. Oh. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for that treasure train. Very, 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 very generous. I really appreciate it. Yes. Sorry, I'm a little bit shocked. I know, Molly. I know you guys are, yeah, I know you guys definitely feel that way. But I love you guys so much that I want to do more. But I know that you're right, and I just need to just chill out and just let things happen and give myself some grace. Because we've still been streaming, and it's been super fun. Classic Carla, I know. Because same. Bring it in. You take care of you, and we take care of you. Not the... Wait, that's so romantic. Stop it. After Games with Graham, by the way, I don't know what I feel like. I could do Repo, I could do Faz. I'm not too sure what I want. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out when I finish up. I gotta remake some of my alerts. Oh my god. Anyway, sorry. This was definitely not an 8-minute queue. They lied once again. They lied once again. Thanks, Molly. You're my god. Repo. We haven't played Repo in a while. Steve and Terry love each other. Fave game lately? Probably, I would say Faz has my heart at the moment. Hi, Flower. Jess, thank you for thanking as well. I would say Faz. This game as well, but I think honestly Faz the most has a vibe. I don't know. What about you? What's everyone's faves? Oh, Officer Pud. I know, I miss Repo too. Ooh.
Come on, shake your body, baby, do that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer. Come on, shake your body, baby,
What
do that
the
conga.
fuck?
No, you can't control yourself any longer.
Oh no, the
What?
boys are watching me. I'll give them something. Hello, boys.
Thank you for the
Tammy?
fucking subbies, you cheeky chestnut. Simmer down, duck.
What the fuck?
Tammy
Hello?
_RN has gifted 100 subs.
I feel like my vision's gone blurry. What the hell? Tammy, what was that for? That's too much. Oh my god, my voice is raising an octave. Jesus, ew. What the fuck? Hello?
Thank you for the sub.
I'm Mickey Mouse.
Put your ass away, child.
Imat95 just subscribed.
I'm so
Can't
like...
believe it's been this long in the arena. Carl's love, Carl's love, Carl's love, Carl's love.
Not the simp meme. What the fuck? Oh my god. Emma, thank you for 28. How are you, doll? Tammy, what the fuck, babe? What was that? No. Oh my god. That's too much. Jesus Christ. I feel like I sound like, oh boy.
Your love and enjoyment into all the strokes.
Thank you
I think.
so
Isn't it?
much.
Like a good hand job. Or, you know, like painting.
That's crazy comp from my mother. No. Oh, the big sit. Tammy uses that emote when they do something naughty. And it's kind of funny, but you can't. I turned into Minnie Mouse. Oh my god. Thank you so... What? Level 16? Oh, grow up, Treasure Train. That's ridiculous. Thank you so much. Oh. Thank you. What the fuck? Sorry, I am genuinely like... Oh my god. Grow up, Treasure Train. Oh. No, I'm gagged. I'm fucking gagged. I have no idea. What the hell is going on? Thank you so much. That is ridiculous. Ali, 3 streak. The record is level... How do we get a level 27, bro? Was that with the Treasure Train? That's ridiculous. Gagged and gooped. No, I am. Oh, God. Oh, God. I honestly feel a little bit like... I don't know what I feel. Thank you so much. Oh, you're getting a long Discord thing. I'm gonna, for last week and this week, you're screwed. You might need to take a breather, Queen. I know what I feel. What do you feel? I'm gonna tape a harmonica to my inhaler. This is what dreams are made of, guys. Well, I'm so glad so many people get ad-free viewing. I feel like chicken tonight. Ooh, yeah.
Welcome.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Thanks for shopping with
Tammy.
us. Please come again.
30 cents.
Wait, you all saving 30 cents with the discounts? Tammy. How did we get here? Thank you so much. Killer. Oh, guys. Guys.
Killer
No,
Tickle
that's
has
enough.
gifted 10
That's
subs.
enough. That is enough. It is no sub Friday from here on out. What are you doing?
Head you do just subscribe.
Haley,
Aho
Killer,
ye are,
Idon.
Bellow.
Wanna be my lover? No, I'm not singing along to it. Oh, God. Haley, happy 1 year. Thank you so much.
Idon 2738 has gifted 10
Haley.
subs.
Killer, Idon, Striker.
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Pussy tossing.
Striker _ 500
What
has
are you
gifted
doing?
5 subs.
Guys, stop it.
Naughty boy.
Stop it.
Welcome to the BBC. Up next, Peppa Pig's dad gets porked.
No.
Find out tonight. Will he become
Daddy's favorite.
Guys. Ain't no way. Stop it.
Tammy _ RN has gifted 20 subs.
Haley, bring it in.
Naughty boy.
What are you doing? Stop it. Oh my God. I sound like a mum. Tammy, what are you doing? Tammy, Striker, Idon, Haley, Killer. Whoa! What are you doing? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh, it's like my shirt says go away. With a little thing. I got something for you. Is it a kiss? Go on then. Eat it with a fat ass. That's a great username. Shake that ass. Eric, yes. They are having a moment. I don't know how to even live right now. I have no idea what's going on. I have fucking no idea what's going on. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Genuinely. Way too generous. Generous? Way too generous. So kind. Speechless. Absolutely speechless. Thank you so much. 40 months!
Put your ass away, child!
Oh, yeah. Oh, look, I want something.
Commander Luther just subscribed. Love you, hot bitch.
Eat
Wah.
it. Thank you so much, Commander. 40 months. How are you, doll? Thank you. Oh. Oh, Gordon Ramsay's having fun. I can't believe it started with Club Penguin. True. I just can't believe. I just can't believe. I don't know. Yep. I don't know words anymore. I don't know words. I can't. I don't know what just happened. I really, really appreciate it, guys, so much. I don't even know, Lizzie. What's time? I know. Club Penguin was yesterday. We should do another Club Penguin thing, I think. I think we got to run it back and get our accounts, guys, and play Club Penguin again. I think we gotta do it again. Last time before I'm annoying. Do they allow a loud laugh in Hawaii
Do
or
they
just
allow a
aloha?
loud laugh in Hawaii? Or just aloha?
That's good. That's good. I like that laugh. That's good. I can tell my mum that on Sunday. She'll love it. There's a fan-made live because the assets are all public. Is it CP Club? Yeah. So this one is fully operational. Everything's free, so you don't spend money, so you can have membership, which was my first time having membership because I obviously couldn't afford it when I was 11 and mum didn't want to put her credit card details in. So it's really great. So we should run it back. My name is Igloo Slot. I couldn't do slut, so I had to do sloot or slot so I don't get banned. It was a great time. It was fantastic. 7, thank you, Commander, thank you. And Aaron, 120. 120! I appreciate that. Thank you, doll. The gifty subby. Also, thank you for everyone thanking the gifters. That's a huge deal to me. Seriously, thank you. 120. I also want to play a bus game as well. There's too many games that I want to play. What do I want? Kristen!
Have you got a few minutes to spare?
You want me to take a photo of you, babe, and I don't want to.
I want a photo to remember this.
I don't want it.
I was thinking something artistic. I'll let you pick out a good spot.
I'm busy that day. I'm busy that day. Guys. Thank you so much for a level 17 treasure train. That's actually insane. I really, 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 really appreciate it so much. I hope you can feel that across the screen because I can't believe what happened and I really appreciate it so much. We have a game? Wow, that queue was so long.
We got a game.
That queue wasn't 8 minutes.
How long was that?
That had to have been, I would say...
Was it half an hour?
I've been live for an hour. So when did we call? You called me. I started the call at 8:30. So we probably queued up at like 8:40. So...
Oh my god. That was like 25 minutes? An hour?
Yes.
Half an hour?
Yes.
I've just been yapping the whole time.
Oh, same.
Oh, someone left.
Reading up.
God, we could have played three rounds of Overwatch.
I know. I know.
What? Are they gonna do something about this queue? Like, what can they
Put your
do,
ass
really?
away, child.
True.
Like, what can they do?
Mortuary darling, just
True, Killer, because I'm on
Is there
50
something
mg this morning.
Is there something they can do?
I don't think so, which is sad.
What if they made it so you could play Survivor in the 1v4?
Oh, if that was a thing, it would save the whole thing. I don't know. That's what I
yeah.
thought they did. That's why I got so excited last week, and then I realized that I was wrong.
Because, okay, mathematics people, everyone wants to play Killer, so there's not enough survivors, is that right?
Correct.
Oh, so then my plan would be the worst. That would mean less survivors.
Well, yeah, but at least
in
we
this
could
mode.
at least we could wait while people are killing.
True.
You know?
Yeah. The way people say,
Darling,
use,
thank you for
like, the bots are
57.
sometimes
How are you?
the worst.
Oh my god.
Also, sometimes the best.
Good to see you. Space, hello.
Oh,
Court,
someone said it was 31
hello.
minutes.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Art 55. Darling, it's so
Hello.
good to see you. Yes, baby.
So, last night, I said to Carla, how far away is your monitor?
Oh.
And she said it's like an arm's length. She took a picture. And it's so funny. It's this picture of Carla with her arm just like outreached towards her. And it's Jetpack Cat in the panda skin on the screen. It looks like she's like
Yep, saluting.
praising him.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
praising him, like trying to like grab him.
Yep.
So cute. You and your jetpack era.
I love him.
No, because I love him too. I love
Darling,
that
how
you
are
love
you, my
him.
love? It's good to see you.
Okay, so my monitor is like so close to me right now.
I can hear your thumps.
Oh, I see. Okay, over here there is a zombie. I just tried to ping.
Oh, babe.
I wish we could.
I agree. A jolly ghosty.
Hey, girl. Hey, sister. Are you AFK? I'm just gonna charge up on her. Honestly. Like, why not?
True.
I need the growth. I'm doing it for the growth.
Growth.
You wanna see Carl's jetpack at? Oh, you will. Wait a couple of weeks and we're gonna play again.
I'm chasing
Get off the
Michaela.
down, Jan. Ah.
I need this. Oh, I'm gonna take that.
Is someone over here, girl?
Oh, I scared her. Abs, I am. My lovely lady loves. Check it out.
Ooh, I'm so charged up.
I am doing better, thank you. On your Steam
I
Deck.
missed that shit. Oh my god, that guy did that like. He knew exactly what he was doing.
I'm coming. Up. Oop. I can hear someone. Oh.
Is this guy still here? Oh my god, this guy's like so good at the game.
I'm on my way.
Okay.
Oh, that's you okay. Hey, you okay?
Oh, just missed. Holy shit.
TVA,
She's like the best
yippee!
survivor in the goddamn lobby. I need to get off this chase.
I'm on my way. Me too. I'm chasing for far too long.
God, I was here forever.
I shouldn't be doing this.
Okay.
Hiya, Dallas. That you okay?
Oh, I see someone hiding.
Ow. Ooh.
Are you okay, Annie? Common. Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
Oh god. I need to get another hook.
What the hell did this guy just go?
Wow, that was a really good flashbang. Oh, he's here. Sorry.
Are you okay, Annie? Oh. Oh my goodness.
Commander, and
Yeah.
I've been saying that. What the fuck? Oh wait, someone got
Well-
down by one of your zombies.
I feel like I'm playing so
Oh, that was you.
slowly.
Never mind. Me too.
I need to like speed up.
We gotta patrol gens. We can come back from this.
Guys
Those
are
are my
quick.
lyrics. Fuck.
Oh, I keep playing like I have the tier 3 tentacle.
Damn it. There's 3 over here. So many.
3?
Oh, more now. People right ahead. Heaps of people. Heaps of rats.
Oh my god, that hit was crazy. Did you all see that?
Heaps of rats. Oh, I thought that was someone. I was like, gotcha! It was a tonic.
Gotcha! Coughing and spluttering and... Oh my god.
Was that person gonna die? Damn it. There's so many people
Please.
on me.
Is there? Oh shit.
You got this, girl.
Finally, Lord. I feel like I'm playing in like jelly.
Yeah, I feel like I'm playing in jelly too.
I'm so slow.
There's someone coming up to you.
Is there someone beside me?
Hey, girl.
Oh.
Okay.
I swear I saw someone over here. Oh, this gen's almost done. Jesus.
We can come back from
Oh,
this.
she's running
Hey,
towards
girl. You got that?
you. Sure do.
Ooh.
Oh my god, one gen left? Holy shit.
I gotta patrol these gens.
Good lord.
Fireball. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, honey jalapenos.
Seems like a bunch of people over
Jalapenos. Yeah, there is. Heaps of people
Oh,
over
the
here.
zombies are all going here.
Someone running to you.
Oh, it's you.
There was someone running to you. Nice. I'll grab him. You keep looking.
Oh, over here, I think. Oh, there's 2, 3. There's 3.
3. Okay. On me way, dear.
He's running towards you. Leon.
Okay. Oh, there's heaps of people. Hey, baby.
Oh god.
Hey, girl.
No, what? I'm gonna go back.
Hey, girl. She will be dead unless she got a tonic.
They're probably slamming a gen right now.
Reel's gonna go off in 2 seconds. Slamming a gin. There's someone hiding around here.
Ooh, there's 2 over here. Oh, she's running towards you.
I have someone on. I'm chasing. Hold. You got this. You got this.
No. Good.
I've hit her.
Gonna go
I'm
back to
gonna.
Jen.
Okay. Can you hook that guy on the ground?
Oh, didn't
Thank
even
you.
see him.
There's a.
Is he single? Okay. Oh god. There's so many gens. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna go away from her and go to this
Chasing
gen
this
over here.
injured person.
Oh, this gen is being worked on. There's so many
injured
people.
now.
So many people.
I'm on my way.
They blinded me. They will rue the day.
Oh god.
I gotta use my power more, but I'm not. Whoopsie.
There's 3 over here? Nice.
Nice.
I'll get her.
Okay, the other guy.
Good teamwork.
Good teamwork there, yeah. I got a flash save from Fung. What the
Oh my
fuck?
god, there's a guy here? Check the gen.
Oh, they're on that
Okay,
gen
your gen
again.
is still sparking.
I'm kicking this gen. There's so many people. Oh my god. There's like three people on the main building.
Holy god. Oh,
3
they're
on
all
main.
injured too.
3 on main.
I've got 2 over here too. Oh my god, stuck. Take the gen. Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh.
Goodness.
Lizzie, if I get
back to
invited as a
here.
creator again, that will help alleviate some of the costs, and definitely. I would love to do packs. What about you? Haley, I hate dishes too. And laundry. Thank you, Space. That's really nice for you to say. Thank you.
Okay, all of the gens have minimal progress.
Okay.
We could genuinely come back from this.
I think we can. We just gotta communicate and look at gens. Someone, there's 2 on me.
Okay, coming.
Nice. I'll go for the other guy.
Should get this.
I'll go around. Nice.
Got it.
Someone took a thingy. Let me...
Oof. Check these 2 gens.
Where are they? I can't see them. Oh.
Okay, these gens are good. Then check the other 3.
I'm on someone at the shack.
Okay. Oh.
Damn. I might leave this chase.
Oh my god, what?
What happened?
She had like
What happened?
endurance.
I'll go around the other way. Nice. I'll check this gem.
Right.
Right. Lovely jubbly.
Yeah, these 3 haven't checked in a while.
Okay.
Oh, top, middle.
Yeah, top middle needs some love.
2 of them were on it. Leon and a red coat girl. What's her name? Claire.
Red coat girl.
I'm gonna go after Leon. He ran towards the shack. Yeah.
Okay, I'm on red coat girl.
What?
That's okay, that's okay.
Which gen was that?
In the corner here. Alright, red coat girl should be dead. Let's have a look.
Got Leon. Someone over there. Who's that?
I'm on my way.
Someone's going towards this gate.
I'm on Chris, I think it is. Is this Chris?
Oh, this gate's open.
I'm on a man. I don't know who this is.
She needs to get out. Okay.
I'm on a man.
Alright, I'm running over. What is that, 4K? 5K almost?
Yes?
Someone's still hooked.
I got unhooked. Getting smacked by a zombie. I know. Claire got whacked.
Where are they?
There's... Nice.
There's only one door
Oh,
open,
someone
I
over here.
think.
Someone over here.
I'm coming.
Unless it was a zombie running, but... Yeah, it's Claire. Oh, Claire!
Oh,
Girl.
I'm coming. Oh my god! Huge!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6K. I'll take a 6K.
Running over here. I just saw a bird. Yep, there's someone here.
Okay.
Oh, I see them.
Okay, I'm running.
They're running around the thing here. Oh lord, they're running. They're
I'm
running
coming.
right towards this gate. Oh, they're running towards the killer shack.
Oh, do they
No,
think...
never mind. They're running towards... I'm trying to push them into the corner.
Okay, I'll go to the right.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Oh my god.
A 7K.
Girl, a 7K and we had such a bad start.
See?
We ate that.
We ate.
Wait, we actually ate that. Oh my god.
That's why it's never over until it's over.
Never not. It just never not.
Yippee!
I think I spent too long chasing certain people.
True.
was my mistake, but
Yeah, that's
that
what I
was
do
definitely good.
a lot as well.
Okay, let's get back in the damn queue.
Do you
God.
want the same killer?
Honestly, yes, I liked playing Nemesis.
I got to use my power more. I don't stalk. I got to do that.
So what I did that time is well, I found an AFK person at the beginning.
Oh.
And I just charged up my tentacle. But I need to kill the zombies more and get the tentacle to 3, because once it's at 3,
Yeah.
oh my god.
It's nasty. It's nasty.
No, because it's nasty.
I'm gonna go pee.
Okay, same.
I'll be back. Oh. Oh, banana pudding. Yum. What the hell?
Thank you for
Holly, 6 months.
Put your ass away,
I might make a
child.
slice of toast too. I'm getting. I need
Holly
more than
underscore
just this
just
bar.
subscribed.
I might quickly pee and make a slice of toast, and then we'll I'll put this up so you can watch people in my town be weird. Thank you for 6 months. How are you, doll? Hello. Who should we watch? Thank you so much for 6. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Should we watch me? See what I do? Who's dancing? Oh, I'm dancing. Oh, perfect. Let me go pee.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Lost Go Old just subscribed. I'm sorry, how long?
Ah, what a lovely breeze.
Upon reflection, I'm not prepared to be bombarded with water.
Gra. Remembering that moment makes all the shame and embarrassment come flooding back. clean kitchen is its own reward. That said, someone seriously owes me for doing all this.
Hello? Cool. Oh my god. How are you, doll? I've missed you. What the hell? Sorry. I made a quick sandwich.
Wow, this book's growing new life.
Ew.
Wonder if it's discovered fire yet.
What the hell? Sure.
Peking duck stings are the worst.
Daydream, hello. Staley, hello. There's a killer behind you. Great. Cool. Thank you for 48. That's ridiculous. I hope you're well.
Wow, this book's growing new life.
Honestly, this is
Wonder
the
if
type of
it's
game
discovered-
that you could just leave on idle, just see what happens. Roz? How are you, Pookie? I miss you! What's the hot goss? Mmm. Mmm. What's this?
Hey, freak, did you hear the news about Garth?
Of course I did. But more importantly, did you hear about Sack and Cheese?
Oh yeah, a while ago. But anyway, we never finished talking about cranking hog crazy style. Let's get back to that.
How'd you forget?
Huh. Are you thinking of our conversation about chicken being fucking raw? Or was that something else?
No, not that one.
Great. I think Gordon Ramsay and Jesus might get together. Oh guys, look! You're loving it! We are! Casey, we're just waiting for the cue.
What was that noise? Must be the wind.
So fun.
TJ! You like Jesus' outfit, doll?
What a rush.
Wait, Lizzie, true.
This is prepared.
Yippee! What's Bart dreaming about? His relationship with Homer is strained, which is real life.
Shoot.
Some olives?
Huh.
Yum.
That was really realistic. For a dream.
Mmm. I love olives.
What can I do for you?
Nothing, my king. Pitbull. Who's in love again? Oh, Pepper loves Slenderman, right? No, that's
Barney, I love you for how you eat with such
I
gusto.
feel a bit unsettled for some reason.
Barney,
Peppa Pig,
I love you.
you cheeky chipmunk.
Barney,
I'm nuts about
I want us to go
you.
talking it together. Barney,
I love
I love
Lizzie.
you.
Did she just say she wants to jork it?
The
Barney,
sea
I'm
goes
mad
on
about you.
forever.
Uh-oh. I haven't seen this.
I feel like I'm being
What the hell?
watched.
Why is she getting appraised? Hello?
Good morning, Walter White. Would you like to have a chat? About a clit?
Oh.
Of course. Let me ask you this, Peppa Pig. If someone offered you a large clit or a small clit,
Oh.
which one would you choose?
Oh.
Ooh,
Great.
that's quite a conundrum.
Great.
I'd have to say, the large clit.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm.
It's a no-brainer. Everybody knows a stonking big clit is the only choice. Now I know I can trust you, Peppa Pig.
I could sit here and wax lyrical about the qualities of a massive clit for hours.
Girl,
Hey,
shut
we
up.
should be friends.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Guys, for legal reasons, she's 25 in this game. I'm glad we cleared the air on this. Yes. Emily, true. I'm so sorry. Henry Bello! How are you? Daydream, sometimes I got one on my neck once a year.
Can you believe Walter White and I became friends because we bonded over a huge clit?
I could listen to Peppa Pig talk about a massive clit all day and never get bored.
Girl. Girl, please. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, no. Oh, shit. Peppa Pig from the side is crazy. Feels an awful like a fanfic I read once. Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting closer to who I truly am.
Jam, slam. Reaper update just came out today. Yeah, I didn't even realize an update was coming out. There's so much. There's so much happening with Repo.
Do you have a moment?
If it's about a photo, I don't want to take a photo.
I would just love it if there was a sprinkler around
Hair
here.
dryer ass head. There's so many. There's cosmetics. I mean, to be fair, after Gran and I play, I was thinking Faz. Pardon me, but technically we could.
Here a million times better. Always watching.
We could do half-half. I just have to be off by a certain point today. No, that's okay, Ghoul. Oh. Oh, she's loving it. What is that? Parked for both? I love that emote so much. Yeah, so I'll either play both or I'll do Repo next stream. Level 75 already? Have. Casey, my favorite. I need some love. Where's Steven? No, that's okay. Okay? Sorry. That's okay, Ghoul. I totally get that. But I hope you've been having a great time. I heard you saw Pookie. Where's Steve? That's okay too, yeah.
Ah, there goes Terry Owen, the love of my life.
Morn, Steve Irwin.
That's okay.
Good morning.
Excuse you, Terry? Warming up Ping's dinner? Fair, fair. There's 3 people in here. What's going on? Me when it's winter and I'm cold. I'm so cold.
Welcome.
Is that haggis?
Delicious haggis. Ta-ta for now. Be sure to stop by again this afternoon.
Okay. Awkward. Ooh, so cold. Guess I could put my fat ass in the fire to warm up. Ooh. I'm gonna randomly hee-hee to Grin. Hee-hee! Ow!
Oh my god, I thought we got a game for a second.
Oh, sorry.
How do you think Ghostface would stand?
Cutely, I think.
Cutely?
He's baby girl. Shamona.
Shamona! God, these cues are just... My god.
I know, but we had so much fun last game.
I know, we did. It's worth.
No, but it's hell, I know.
Tomorrow is another day.
Talk to each other.
Hey, doll.
Hey. Yeah, feeling oxy.
Glad to be of service. What did he do? Shamona. Yeah, I like him. I like him a lot. It's a vibe. Oh, okay. Why aren't Roz and Randall getting married? I honestly think they're gonna break up.
Phew.
Sack and cheese. She loves it.
You're a legend, Rosal.
She's not interested, babe. She doesn't care less. She's unhappy, unless... Okay, only slightly unhappy now. They need to marry. They've got the house. They've got everything. We're so back. Slowly repairing it. Aww.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to wear some clothes that really make me stand
Can't do it.
out,
Can't do it.
but not like a sore thumb.
Sorry. You look great in that.
I do.
Abby, I don't know. She just kind of... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why she was weird. I have no idea. Who does Labubu like? Slenderman? Commander. Ooh.
Slenderman.
Slenderman, you need to fall in love with Labubu.
Oh, how useful.
Good morning, Slenderman.
Okay.
Wow.
She got away. Barbecue pork sliders. Oh, yeah. Guys, can you please ask each other out? Like, what the hell?
Morn, Steve Irwin.
Oh.
Yeah, Slenderman's in
Morning.
there. You know, you gotta have the whole family.
So,
Gotta have everyone. Gotta have them all. Supermarket.
Welcome.
Mozzarella?
Thanks for shopping with us.
I love the food so much. It's so satisfying. Pitbull, what do you want? Who does Pitbull like again? Oh my god, Barney likes him. Fergie. Dale. Next time we see him on Camp Woodwind, I'm telling him all about it. They like each other, Killer. They just haven't asked each other out yet. Which I hate because I want it so bad. Like, why are we waiting? Ask hello, doll.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What happened here, then?
Can't
Oh
move.
my god, I thought he just said cunt. They're edging
All right,
it.
hold still. Here goes.
Ah.
Slow
Oh,
burn.
wait. I'm fine. I'll return the favor sometime. Dally.
Whoa,
I'll fall in love with him, fall in love with him.
I'm so glad you're all right.
Fall in love with him. Please. Oh my god. Fergie, I swear, likes everyone but Pitbull.
Well, Grandma.
Hmm. Pooch fallen over. Gets on okay, I know. Oh my god. Ew. Have another baby. Oh. The whole family's hanging out. That's their kid, guys. It's a bit scary. Hmm. Sorry. Morgan! Thank you for thanking Striker. How are you, doll? Hmm. So cursed. Give us an ASMR. I'm so sorry. Oh, really? How long till they become an adult? Oh no. They're already in love with Slenderman though. Not the How to Cook Meth cookbook.
What was I doing again?
Oh. Does she want one?
Deep breath.
Steve Owen's beauty shines so bright, I can't look directly at him.
Oh, ask him out. Please. Guys, thoughts on this?
What should I do? I can't get Pitbull out of my head.
I'm killing it, I think. Break it down now. Looks like the Japan stream.
Yeah.
That will still be one of the funniest streams of all time. I did that IRL. You should have seen that Japan stream, Henry. I did that live. That was such a fever dream. But honestly, one of the best moments of my life. The way I basically... Wait, let's... Wait, let's get it up. I literally did that. They mo-capped me. I'm getting it up. When do I start dancing? Summer in Australia. I'm not wearing a beanie.
You wear them when it's cold.
I haven't worn a beanie in 5 months. 6 months.
But 5 months ago you wore a beanie. Okay, do something crazy. Oh.
Guys, it's the same thing.
You look like Big Justice's sister.
Stay quiet.
That's why.
Stay quiet already. Silence, don't laugh. Okay.
What the fuck is happening?
Chris said he's bored. Not on my watch.
You're gonna hurt.
That's a lot.
You're
That's
gonna
a
hurt
lot. I'm sorry. I remember I was inside. It was just 2 a.m. in Japan. Striker, we were in a mood in Japan.
Dude, I just bidet my hole for fun. Stop being so loud.
The funny thing is, it wasn't even like the noises you hear are me laughing. Like I'm like it's so quiet too. You heard everything. Did I have any grape juice? Honestly, I think that was pure adrenaline and whimsy. If you haven't seen this video, guys, I can't stress enough how much this is actually one of my favorite videos of all time. And I know that's crazy because I'm in it. We were just in a mood and it's a fun video. Because we were just in such a mood. It was crazy. Like I made that video for me. Oh my god, mother, it was good. It was a movie. It was just so like, I just betayed my hole for fun. It was just so much fun. I wish, even though I probably wouldn't be able to take them over, but I low-key wish I was able to as well have my meds in Japan. Because I was so anxious that trip. But I had so much fun still, of course. But I can't wait to do it again. But I think you're not allowed to bring them in anyway. Because they were unmedicated, some of them. 2 a.m. sibling shenanigans. It was so good. I know, it was funny, because I was like, it's 30% grape juice, I think. Because it didn't taste like alcohol. And like, no, it's not. Guys. Oh. Okay, we're about to start a game, so I'm gonna initiate the chat.
We got a
I'm
game.
overwhelmed with sadness.
And then we're gonna do it, okay?
Finally.
And Terry's about to ask Steve out.
Oh my god, Wendy
Steve
Williams
Owen
helped
so hard, but I
Huggy
don't
Wuggy
think
get off the
he
floor.
even knows I exist. Perhaps.
Okay, we have to do that after. Oh my god, oh my
No,
god, oh my
Rio,
god.
If you press the home button, it'll pause it.
I did.
Okay, good.
Oh my god. Guys, we're about to get an 8K and then Terry and Steve are about to be official, guys. Ah!
Wait, which way? Who? Steve Irwin?
Yes, and Terry Irwin.
Gur and Terry. Oh my
Mhm,
god.
mhm.
Wait, that's huge.
I know. I feel blue balled too. The only reason why I'm not doing it now is that this game's gonna start. I wanna enjoy it.
We have to lock in.
I have to
Like,
lock in. But then we're gonna
it's
do
not every
it.
day you get a game.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Santa Ghosty's so cute. Yes.
I've been trying to get Liza Minnelli and Grimace together.
Mm-hmm.
They've been they've been in love with each other for like a week and a half, and they haven't told each other.
Yeah, that's what happened
Pissing
with
me off.
because you know when you can put a relationship when you make a me,
Didn't you put like husband and wife or something?
like you know when you make a me and you can put like father of and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's just real world relationship. It doesn't mean they will get together because it's taken Steve and Terry so long.
Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me.
You scared me. I need to continue watching the cliffhanger. I need this so
look,
bad.
the zombies. They're approaching someone.
Oh yeah. I'm on my way.
Honestly, this is why Nemesis is good in this mode.
True. They just killed a zombie.
Hey girl. One running towards you.
Oh really? Oh shit.
Good job.
Someone is exposed.
Oh yeah, see where?
I don't know, they ran away. But the zombies are chasing them over here. Oh, I think she's crouching, the one that's exposed. Nice.
Yep.
Huge.
Got her. That was big. Big, huge.
I'm gonna try and actually use my power. Okay, Kate is exposed. I'm chasing her.
Okay.
She has 5 million pallets here.
Someone's here.
Oh, I hate this pallet. I might be able to get it. Nice.
Okay. Injured.
Enjoyed.
Enjoy.
Alright.
Lovely.
Lovely jobbly. Where are you? Oh, someone's on me.
Oh my god, they're so far ahead
Oh,
of
they're
everything.
injured. Oh, someone just took a thingy near me. They just healed. Not on my watch. Where are ya?
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, nice.
Oh.
I haven't heard of that, Henry. What? That would feel weird, I think. My hands hurt, though.
Oh god.
I'm chasing someone, but at what cost? Never mind, got them. We gotta lock in on gens too.
Okay, that'll help. Tier 3.
Oh, nice. There's someone getting chased near you by a zombie. Oh, this gen's about to pop here.
Oh my god. Lord.
Lord have mercy. Oh, this gen's close too. What the hell?
Come on. Gotcha.
Ooh. Where are they? There's so many people. There's 2 people.
Who's in here?
I'm chasing
Okay,
2 people right
girl.
now. Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god. Okay. Way too long. Disaster lesbian self. Perfect. As it should.
Oh my god, the way that she blinded me and I still tracked her. Crazy. This isn't Tamagotchi. Oh.
Oh, there's 3 people on me. Holy shit.
Oh, I see you. I'm running towards you.
Perfect. There's 3 of them. Nice.
Hello, girl.
Drop the pallet.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, I didn't pick up that other person. Why is she trying to blind me?
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Where's the other person you down? Do you know where?
It was like, oh god. I can't remember. It was like around here. Is she picked up?
Oh, someone's over here.
She must be picked up.
She's still down somewhere.
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
Ah.
I'll grab her.
Ah.
Yes. Yes.
David.
Yes, yes,
David.
yes.
Oh. Lovely. Oh, we're kind of doing it. We're kind of doing it.
We are. I think they're AFK. I'm sorry, babe. I gotta capitalize. Thank you.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm on my way, dear.
She's not dropping it yet. Oh my god, she ate that.
2v8. Ranch season popcorn. Oh yeah. I'm in me mom's car.
Gotcha. Oh my god, lord.
Simple days of mine, I know.
3
Bloody
gens
no.
left? Damn. We have
Chasing
4.
someone. Oh, this girl is AFK, I think. Which is not ideal for the team, but good for me. Thank you. Let's get her back in the lob. Brazilian style garlic
bunch
bread
of
chips.
bitches over here.
Yummo.
Oh my goodness, okay, so there was someone ran away from me behind. Oh wow, 3 hooked? They're not rescuing people.
Girl.
Why are they not rescuing people?
Good question. Bees, hello. How are you, doll?
Oh, what the hell?
Nice.
Oh.
Who? What are you, a fucking owl?
Oh. Oh, someone's here.
No one's there.
What? Girl. I'm gagged at hit.
Hey, girly.
Oh, I hear her.
Oh.
Was that the
Robin?
Tahoe girl?
Yeah. I yanked him. I said, whoops, got your pussy. Want it back?
Oh, hatches are open?
Oh, yeah, there's one here.
I can hear it. Oh, you got it.
Yeah, yep. More. We have to find them or someone escaped. Damn it.
Oh, someone's up here. The last girl.
Okay, cool. I'm heading to you. Another 7k.
Oh. Oh. Did you close all the doors? The
Yes. Yes. Sorry, girl.
Oh my god. Slay!
A casual 7k doll. All right.
That was so quick. That round was just like over.
We did it.
We did it, didn't we?
We did it. We did it.
I do love it.
Yeah.
No, because I love that.
Woo!
I love that me.
Do you want to do Nemi again, or do you want to do something different?
Oh, I'm honestly fine playing Nemesis.
Okay.
I feel like they're the most... You know when it's good for the tracking for you?
True.
The zombies?
True. Synergy. Synergy.
Synergy is important in gaming.
Yes. All right.
Well, let's get back in the queue.
All right, now we have to...
Off we go.
Oh, God. All right, I'll see you soon, baby.
I'll see you soon.
All right, guys, lock the fuck in. This is it. This is it.
I should just put him out of my mind. What do you think?
Don't give up hope.
Your positivity is rubbing off on me.
Oh, no.
All right, I won't give up. Something may eventually happen between us.
Oh. These two are edging us so
I
bad.
wonder what Steve Owen is up to right now.
Steve, can you please ask her out? Oh, they've been wanting to confess for days.
Add the thing. Throw in a bit of the usual.
God damn it.
And a final ingredient. Laugh.
I want it so bad. Like, I don't know what's taking. Come on, come on, come on. I'm about to speed up the day. Oh.
Wow, it came out really well.
Imagine this was what it was. No! I am truly... I need some chocolate. It has to happen. Crash. You didn't miss anything. She said... Hold.
Hey, wait up, wait up, wait up, wait up.
Catch me if you can, you can, you can, you can.
I'm gonna eat you up, you up, you up.
Ooh, I'm so scared, I'm so scared, Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee.
Ha 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 ha.
She said, I don't think he's interested in me. And I said, don't give up. You can! You can! Please ask each other out!
Ha. Good morning. Welcome to the home of the Owens. I can't take my eyes off Terry Owen whenever she's around. Crikey.
Maybe today at some point. Maybe it'll come up again. Yeah, I want a Frolic Gamer. Mmm. Slenderman. Brekkie is wild. Oh my. Slendy baby. Oh, he likes meth and VB. His voice is so good. Titty tits. Obviously. Obviously. Thanks, King. You're my goat. Guys, oh. It's ridiculous. So, let's go to the beach.
You're Carla, right? I've been wondering how it would be if Peppa Pig and I got to know each other better. Do you think Peppa Pig and I would get on okay?
Yeah?
That's just what I wanted to hear.
Okay, sure, babe.
I asked Randy Baby over to play, and he said yes.
Well, you live together.
I knew talking about a sack and cheese would do the trick. Always watching.
Right, okay. Maybe if I interact with people, that will get the love thing. What does Elmo want? I feel like we haven't spoken to Elmo in a while. Oh. Girl. Sure. Sure, Elmo.
Make way for the great Elmo.
I love Roz so much. She's so cute. Oh my god, I really want to see a pink bubble above one of the Irwin's heads so bad.
Are you tired of not having enough play in your life?
Yes.
We could play
boing
red
on
light,
that dick.
green light together if you want to fix that.
Okay. Sure.
Here we go. Green light. Red light. Green light. Red light. Green light. Red light. Green light. Red light. Green light. Well done.
I did
Carla.
it!
You win.
I usually don't win this. Yes. Give me my prize.
Congratulations. It's time for your prize.
Big. A fly swatter? Oh, a hamster. All right. Thank you, chat. I got you. Oh, are they being cute together? Guys, they've been together for 17 days. And they love jorking it. True love. Alright, what does Gordon Ramsay want? He's grade 8.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I've been strolling around the island lately. Since there aren't paths everywhere, I keep tripping over my own feet, which is embarrassing. How about...
Alright. Show me the paths. Oh. That's it? It will cost you $2.
It will cost
$5 construct.
Alright.
I gotta redo the island. In its entirety. Yeah. What, 2 paths?
Oh, it looks so good.
Guys, all I want is Steve and Terry to get on.
How do you like to sleep?
Standing in the corner facing the wall.
Okay. Mildly creepy. But at least you seem well rested.
Thank you. Alright, who else wants me? Labubu.
Let's play Pixel Quiz together.
The 1 meter extra path looks so good, guys. Okay, I always get this wrong. Let's go.
Here's your first pixelated item. What do you think this is?
A penguin.
And the answer is a penguin.
Lock in.
Next,
Penguin.
your second pixelated item. What do you think this is?
Fake teeth?
And the answer is some wind-up teeth.
Teeth.
And finally, the last pixelated item. What do you think this is?
Glass?
Correct answer is some Venetian glass.
That's a taint. Show me your bad joint and I'll show you mine. Ass.
Congratulations.
A train. A model train. Ass. Ooh, we've got some Terry. Twain. I really want Steve and Terry to be in love before.
Good morning.
Why aren't they doing it?
I want to be friends with Barney.
Go for it, babe.
So, what should we talk about?
What a... Queef.
Alright. I'll have a chat with him about Keith.
Terry was like, oh, I don't know if Steve likes me, and I said, don't give up.
Good morning, Barney.
They say Keith, by the way.
Would you like to have a chat about the phrase Keith? Oh, Keith. I just love the sound of that. It also has a very profound meaning. Whenever I hear someone say Keith, I always want to reply, you cheated on Mom, you fuck. What? Really? That's certainly unexpected.
Oh.
Barney isn't interested in becoming friends with me. Did I use you cheated on Mom, you fuck wrong?
Ooh. You're okay, sweetie.
I'm feeling so sad right now.
You're okay. You're fine, sweetie. You're so fine. You look so concerned. Listen. Who's he staring at in the sky? Does he have a crush?
Huh?
Barney?
That cloud looks like Barney. Could I be lovesick?
Oh shit. He just needs a cigarette and a Slim Jim. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't know he liked Barney.
Any
It
chance
is.
you're bored? We could play Shadow.
All
Quiz
right,
together
me.
if
Let's
you want.
play. Fine. Go on.
Here's your... What do you think this is?
Caramelized nuts.
And the answer is some caramelized
Tame.
nuts.
Isn't she cute? She's
Next
so
up,
little.
Your second mystery shadow. What do you think this is?
Pop Idol
And the answer
album.
is a Pop Idol album. And finally, the last mystery shadow. What do you think this is?
Oh, this has to be Terry. Oh. Or romantic drama.
The correct answer is a romantic drama.
Yay! Oh, they're giving us easy ones today. Usually they're kind of hard.
Congratulations. It's
Oh. What's that on the left? Ooh. Thank you for the sub! Lana!
Put your ass away, child!
39?
Live with Lana just subscribed.
Thank
Carl's
you.
love.
How are you? Wow. Thank you for 39. That's huge. Hope you're well. Oh.
It's time!
Oh, it's time. Yay.
Was that quicker? I feel like it was.
That was quicker.
It's because the Australians are waking up.
Wake up, guys. Mummy wants to play. Hee hee.
Hey, Ghostface.
Yes.
But Grandma.
That wasn't 21 minutes, so we're so back.
No, we're so back.
Oh, I want a ball of mozzarella.
Now, what kind of map are we getting? The indoor map was nice.
Yeah, I want a smaller map. When we get the large maps, that's when it's just ridiculous.
God, I know. I just remember, what was that one that was like the biggest nightmare of our lives?
Oh
It
shoot.
was huge. Was it like Mother's Dwelling or something?
Something like that. It was ridiculous.
Ew.
It was awful. Lana, how are you, doll? What's the hot
How long have you been
goss?
playing this game, Carla? DVD?
I first played in 2018.
Oh my god.
I'm nearly 7,000 hours.
I think I played first in 2020. I
Mm.
think.
Yeah,
Wow. So we've been playing this game for 7 years.
I know. Yeah,
6.
7.
Oh.
6, 7. Yeah, so 2018 I started, and it's 2026 now. So for me, it's been 8 years. What the hell? Yeah, Striker, probably 1,000 hours of those waiting for lobbies. Well, 2v8 is horrendous with lobbies. The other lobbies aren't that bad, but they can't seem to make this quick. Because everyone wants to play killer, I guess, but bit ridiculous. Hopefully, Terry and Steve give me a pink bubble after this game. I'm desperate for it. I'm desperate. Please. For the love of crumb cake, please. I want it so bad. Okay.
Right. Oh, I found 2
Aw.
over here.
Oh my god, Lana, I'm proud of you. I'm sorry things are stressful. I definitely understand that. But you're doing the most. Proud of you. That's so creative.
Huge start.
Oh, there's someone here as well.
Oh, I see them.
Nice. You got that?
Got 'em.
Nice. Gonna get someone else now.
My god. Popping woof.
Oh my god, I got him. This guy is
else
exposed
here
near
too.
me. Never mind, he's
exposed?
dead.
Oh, she's not. Okay.
Yes, you can wait, but I'm just not the biggest fan
That was so weird.
of 1v8, 2v8 Survivor. I don't know why. If I could play 1v4 Survivor, amazing. I don't know, I just...
Hello?
I don't know why. It's fine. I just don't like to play it over
Zombini
over and
cappuccini.
over? I don't know. Brandy.
Someone's here.
Hello.
The hell
I'm
are
good,
they?
Lana. It's just everything's so busy, you know?
Are they in this locker?
They were? They were?
Oh my god, they were.
Slay. Well, someone's here. Jules, hello. Oh, someone's around. Alright, got a hit. Nice.
Hello. Oh.
I'm gonna break this.
You don't have anything.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, we're destroying.
Against 4 killers would be wild, Nate.
Goodness.
Yeah, that too, Brandy. Yoink.
No way you sat on that Jan.
Wow. Someone just got a flashbang save. That's impressive.
Oh, I'm running towards 2 people. That same trick won't work twice. Not anymore. I ate the slip fruit.
Slip fruit. What angle is that? I'm facing the wall. What the hell?
Oh, she actually... Wow. Oh, did
What?
you get a flashlight?
Yeah, but I was facing a wall. Like, how did that work?
What the helly?
Huh? Alright, now where is this person that's getting all these saves? Right here.
Oh, that was a good spin. He's a spinner! Oh, they're actually... Okay, they're doing the Jans. We gotta lock in.
I got a 2-for-1 deal here. Never mind, he's up again. What the hell? This man has 5 lives.
I'm on me way.
Jeez Louise.
Oh, they're cleansing over here.
I want to get this man so bad. He's coming to you.
What?
Oh, never mind. He ran past you, I think. Oh my god. How much does this man have in his toolkit? Jesus Christ. Alright, go on. Get the save. Where's
Oh
this
my
woman?
god!
Oh no, okay, great. Perfect. I deserve that. To be fair, this is my bad. I chased that man for 5 million years.
Oh, we had a good start. We can come back.
We can come back. Survivor has to... Ooh, wait, I like that. That's what she said. Well, there's someone running behind you with a flashlight.
Well, this guy is definitely on death hook. I'm gonna go for him.
Oh, he's off the hook already.
fast.
Oh, there's 4 near me. Oh my god. There's so many.
This guy should be dead.
Someone running near you. Oh, never mind. She's gone there. Oh my god.
Oh no, flashlight save!
Yeah, they're all flashing.
That was smart.
What the hell?
How is he fully healed again?
I know, there's some weird things happening this game.
Like what? He's fully healed.
I don't know.
One gen left,
Cree!
hello?
Oh my god. Gigantic. Thank you, doll. How are you? Oh, there's someone around you. There's another guy.
Good. I'm gonna make sure they don't say.
They're behind here, that wall.
Got him.
Nice.
But also, how did they get healed instantly?
I think they have a
After saving? I've never seen that.
flashlight girls here. What the fuck is going on?
No, there's something weird going on because this guy.
I have so many people near me.
And then I saw him literally right after.
There's so many people on me, babe. It's nuts. It's actually insane.
Okay, coming over.
They got him up again. What the hell?
Oh my god, what?
There's this one guy that has 1 million lives. It's actually crazy.
That's insane.
I'm chasing him.
I found an injured girl.
Oh my lord.
Oh my god, what the hell? This team was crazy.
I know. I think we did pretty good considering.
I kind of like zoned out a bit because we were doing so good. I was like, oh, we're fine. Like, who cares? Oh, I'm coming. Did they get out?
Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll take a 4K.
I need to see the build because that was like I'm telling you, he was saved with flashlight, instantly healed.
No, real.
How did
Real.
that work?
There was so much happening that game that I don't even know what what it was.
So
like, wow.
He was the it was the guy in the blue. Who was that? That was a what character is that? The Brazilian guy?
Renato?
Renato, which I think was.
We don't have a Renato.
Rick?
Was it?
I think it was Rick Grimes.
Rick was wild. Rick
guess
was wild.
They used the double healing, but I don't know. I mean, that seems great. But also, they were doing the gen so quickly and following us around.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild.
I was because we were like stomping at the beginning.
Yeah, that was so many flashlight saves. There was one flashlight save they got of me, and I was staring at the wall. I don't know how they got the
Really?
angle. Yeah. It was weird.
Oh
I was
my
like,
God.
okay, sure, queen,
Goodness.
sure, baby. All right. One who kept getting up was a Death Center Swift with the flashlight. It was crazy. It was crazy. What the hell? I still had fun though. Also, Cree, thank you for the gigantic emotes. And Puffin, hello. Hello. I'm desperate in hopefully something happening. Did someone just fart? I think Daddy Pig just farted.
Hey.
Me too, Henry.
Nice to meet you. Sure.
I'm Chris Melberger.
Oh,
So
bugger.
you're Chris Melberger. I'm Daddy Pig. Get pork.
Get porked.
That's all receipt me, Sutter.
Sure, sure. I know, Brandy. The queues are so long that you may as well. It said 21 minutes last time though. And it definitely wasn't 21 minutes. I'm hoping that's the same vibe.
I had a fun time with Daddy Pig. It's all thanks to you. Carla. Sure.
Sure.
Samantha. Bye.
Oh, God, I'm so eager for Steve to say something. Oh, look, you want something, guys. Sure.
Joking it. Oopsies. You caught me daydreaming.
Great. Oh.
I feel a carb craving coming on. I wouldn't mind something with a bit
Riley,
of
we're
rice in
good.
it.
How are you? I'm a little bit sleepy today. I just haven't been sleeping well, but I feel good. I feel good. I just haven't been sleeping well. That's why I'm a little bit like, hey guys. Oop.
Oh my.
Mind if I... Come on. Oh. Guys? You farted. Riley! Yeah! That's my goat! Proud of you. I think we're all a little bit sleepy.
I wonder what Gordon Ramsay is up to right now.
Cute. Oh, what's Terry Owen dreaming of? Oh, she's flying. Brandy, I'm gassy. Girl, why are you trying to fly? Gravity.
Ha. That was really realistic. For a
Flapping my
dream.
arms and flying. Wait, actually?
What can I do for you?
Oh wait, do you have any more thoughts?
Hello, Carla.
Oh. So desperate I am. So desperate. What if I get them to have a date?
Oh, whoa. It got me. There we go.
Oh, it's full in here. Never mind. Wait, what if I put them on the seat together?
Phew.
Steve, come here. Come get your girl. Oh, he's posing. Wait, sit down here. Sit down here. And then you sit down here. Damn it.
Steve Owen. Ha ha yeah.
Hi, Terry Owen.
Damn it. Oh yeah, sit down, sit down, sit down. Okay, they're talking, they're talking. Jesse Pinkman. Oh my god, TJ! Oh, you poor thing. What the hell? Wait, where's Walter White? Actually, I'm gonna drop Chris in there to help him.
Oh no, are you okay? Sorry,
Oh, great.
do you mind giving me a hand?
Sometimes I'm like that with other
Never
Aussie
seen a case like this
celebrities.
before. Strange, very strange.
because they do American accents all the time
I mean,
in movies.
Don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing.
I'm sure you
That's
do.
concerning.
Friends.
I'm forever in your debt. I'm just happy you're okay. Sure.
Sure. Seems like-minded. Alright, sure. Still no love bubble. Guys, I'm so desperate. It's actually ridiculous. Oh, what am I doing?
I'm mad about you. Granny, I love you.
I love you.
Granny, I want us to go saving animals together.
Sure.
Granny.
Yeah, what's Vin
I'm
Diesel
mad
doing?
about you.
I'll watch a movie, look at the cast, and be surprised when one of them is British.
I
Yeah, the
love
guy,
Granny.
the guy that plays the main man in Apex.
Granny, I'm mad about you.
I wonder what Homer is up to right now.
I need to make this island look nicer, but I'm not ready for it. I haven't heard from Tim Curry in a while.
Welcome to the home of Sesame Street. The world is your oyster. At least, this island is.
Right.
Now I'm in the mood for some seafood.
Some seafood? Have an oyster.
Oh my.
Get that up. Oh. Oh, that's juicy. He loved it.
Just a hypothetical. If you could only take one thing to a desert island,
Oh.
what would it be?
I want to see who brings up this. That's gonna come up in the most inconvenient time. When I
Rose
see
toy.
food, I want it.
So you'd bring a rose toy. That's not a bad shout. I might copy you if I ever get stranded.
You slut. That's gonna bite me in the ass. Oh no, what does he want?
Oh, Carla. All right. I'm starving. I wouldn't mind some brekkie about now.
Closing my eyes, so funny. Do we have any brekkie food? Give you a slice of bread.
Oh
My
my.
solar charger. He liked it well enough. Okay, no, Nate. I swear it was a game controller. That was so bad. He honestly thought I had a vibrator in there. That's ridiculous. Making him walk like a
Oh,
freak.
I feel some.
This is Elmo and Tim Curry's baby. 3 little hairs on top. Michael Myers?
Good morning. You know, Even though I've been head over heels in love with Barney, when I think about Tez, I go weak at the knees. Who do you think I'm really in love with?
Terry.
Really? So I do have feelings for Tez. Huh? Alright, that settles it. Because I know you'd never lead me astray, Carla. I'll have to try my hardest to make Tez notice me.
Guys, just wait.
I think maybe I might like Tez.
Oh my god. Where's Terry? You need to fall in love with Michael Myers. You've been friends for so long. You'd be a great match. Where is he? You need to fall in love.
There we go. Hey there.
Ah, Tez, good morning.
No, Barney's cute. Oh, what's wrong with Barney? Oh, he's looking at ants. This is the most random cutscene of all time. Oh. The ants love it. Got you. Labarabar. Randall is really freaky. But I love him.
Good morning. I want some plainer clothes.
No.
Something that will allow me to blend into the most boring wallpaper.
No, no, no. You look great in that.
Great. Nobody's ever called me great before. I guess I'll keep wearing this. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay. All right. Oh. Oh, the sun. The sun baby.
Fucking cranking Hulk.
Okay. Thank you.
Fucking cranking Hulk. It's as if that expression was...
I know, doll. I know. I take my job very seriously. Coxons aren't home. No one's in the restaurant. Oh, what's wrong with Terry?
Sigh. Ooh.
What's wrong?
Oh, Carla. How are things? I was talking to Steve Irwin, but I started to feel a little sad.
That's okay. You just love him so much. You're fine. The way they say Hawk is gonna be stuck in my brain now. Yeah. Hog. I don't think I have that many. I think 30 something?
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna put Terry Owen in a seat. And I'm going to get Steve. Oh, what's wrong with Steve?
Hello.
Hey.
I'm in the mood for some piping hot grub. Crikey.
Grub is crazy. Have some haggis.
Oh my.
Blimey. Oops. I gotta give him all his enthusiasm. They're not together, but Terry was like, oh, I don't think he likes me. And I said, don't give up. So I'm hoping that one of them gets the love bubble ASAP. Because it's a bit ridiculous that they're not together right now. A bit redonk. A black and white camouflage? Is that what you mean? I love it. It says go away. It's like a Ouija board thingy. Oh, a drinking fountain. Sure, sure. Sure. If they should give up on their crush, I told them not to give up. And they're like, oh fuck, I'm gonna give up anyway. What? Yeah, sometimes you'll give them an answer and they'll ignore it and be like, no, I hate that. I'm like, okay. Great, thank you. That's quite nice.
Are you bored?
Double
We could
shadow
play
quiz,
double
Henry,
shadow
lock in.
quiz together
Need some
if
water.
you
I feel a
want.
little bit dizzy.
Here's your first pair of mystery shadows. What do you think these are?
A CD pop album is one. Oh, and pumpkin pie.
And the answer is...
Yeah.
It's a pop album and some pumpkin pie.
Yep. Yep.
Next up, your
Yep.
second pair of mystery shadows. What do you think these are?
Okay, well one is which is the penis, and the other is a compass.
And the answer is...
Crazy
it's
shadow.
an and a compass.
Crazy shadow.
And finally, the last
Crazy.
pair of mystery shadows. What do you think these are?
Something has food. I will say this, and I'll say roast lamb, because something's sticking out of the bowl.
The correct answer is... It's a shogi,
Pork pie.
king piece, and a pork pie.
Oh. It knows how to get you. It knows how to get you. That's alright.
Oh well. You can't win them all. Here, take this as a consolation prize.
Consolation prize. Oh, thank you. Pixie, damn. Where is Jesus? You're right, Parker. Where's Jesus? Where's our goat? Oh, what's... Oh, what does he want?
Do you have a moment?
If you want to take photos, I'm not free.
I would just love it if there was a campfire
They're
around
obsessed
here.
with making this island full of crap. But I will give in. I will give in every time.
Life on Pussy Island is the best. I'm so glad I'm here.
I'm here. Hi, Joe. How are you, doll? Actually, not a bad place for that. You know, I will give them credit. This is the first time they've actually put something... I mean, yeah, it is close to the shoreline. But not bad. Alright, Jesus is here. Who does Jesus love? Oh!
There's nothing like pussy tossing. Oopsies. I was just thinking out loud. Amen.
Real. Pussy Island. Oh, Daydream real.
I keep chuckling as I remember the conversation I had with Walter White. Amen.
Now, I don't know if I'm going crazy, but I swear he was drawing Michael Myers in the sand. Oh, Tim Curry now? Pitbull.
I should show this to Pitbull. Amen. Or should I?
Oh, his little wings. Jesus and Poot were together, but Poot broke up with Jesus. That's about it, I think. Oh my god, Slender is going way too hard on that.
Yay.
Intense workout. That's my goat. I'm feeling better than I did yesterday, for sure. But the last 10 minutes, I do feel a little bit dizzy out of nowhere. But I did increase my med percentage, but surely I don't feel that quick, right? But apart from that, I'm good. Definitely much better than yesterday. I have water and I've had food. I just didn't sleep. You know what? I've been sleeping bad all week. I'm probably just tired. Not Poot breaking Jesus. Oh, you can? Okay. Yeah. Well, I definitely feel something. But I'm also tired, so that's probably not helping. But, sorry, if minus all of that, I am good today, I promise. I'm good. Yesterday was nice. Pretty much, Joe. Pretty much. It's ridiculous. We're just doing this in between DBD queues, and then we might play some Faz.
Please come again.
But, I mean, I'm gonna try and make it to 6 hours. That's my goal, because I really wanted to do a long stream today. But I also acknowledge that it's okay, Carls, if you feel weird, just get off. It's okay. But I want to feel better because I really want to play Faz. I don't want to get off. We have things to do. Tammy, are you playing Faz? Are you playing any games? Not really feeling the Faz update. That's fair. You have we have Alan Wake next week. I think they'll revert some of the things pretty quickly. Oh, got a game. We got a game.
Bloody finally!
I feel like that wasn't 27 minutes.
That was long.
You're like, girl.
You know, when
yeah.
you do a mini game in Tamagotchi and then you win you win a Nintendo with a game on it, I hate that one.
Yeah, but they are guaranteed to like it because, like, if you give that to someone as a gift because they can't say they don't like it because it's Nintendo. So it's like a
game.
Yeah, so it's like a guaranteed liked gift. I think.
Wait, really?
Well, they haven't. Well, in my head, they haven't said they didn't like it because it's Nintendo's game. So they want.
Oh
you know what I mean?
God, Carly, yes. Oh, you're so smart.
In saying that, I don't know if that's true, but they've never disliked it.
Put that on your tips and tricks guide to the game.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome, 10 things you didn't know about Tamagotchi Life. I've been playing Tamagotchi Life off and on for about 3 weeks now. And
Here are some facts you didn't know.
10 things you didn't
Hi,
know about
Em.
Batman and Robin.
Joe Real. A
Excited
Celsius.
for the Lego Batman
Yeah.
game that's coming out.
Oh, I've heard about that.
Kiss from a Rose in the trailer.
What?
Yes,
That's
and
funny.
people were freaking out about it on Twitter. They're like, this is such good marketing.
That's funny.
Baby!
A pizza. Thank you. How are you, doll?
The more I get.
And why are you sad?
Tell everyone how it's like when you're playing Overwatch with me. It's the same. It's just this the whole time.
It's just me meowing and hee
Hooting
hee.
and hollering and meowing.
Real.
Baby! I compare you to it. Kiss from a rose.
Feel kind of nauseous. Don't give me side effects, please. I want a good weekend. I don't want to feel things.
On the gritty. Oh. Oh! Oh
All right.
no. No. The one we did horrible on.
Oh,
was
this
the
is this
Chuck E.
one.
Cheese one.
No.
Oh no, it was this one. Never
Yeah,
mind.
but it's okay. All we have to do is patrol gens and just get some early hooks.
Okay, Rio.
That's all. The zombies chasing people over here. I'll see if I can.
Oh, I see two. Yeah, I see one getting chased. Hey, girl. Oh, there's two right here. Wonderful.
Hey, girl. Oh. Hey,
You got hit by
girl.
a zombie?
This woman's exposed. She's running away from me.
I see her. I'm going after her too.
Ooh, Parker. Okay.
Oh.
I'll
nice.
try it all.
Oh, there's 4 over here? My god.
Okay, I'll come in a second. Kiss from a rose. This is Dead by Daylight. This is the 2v8 queue. Oh, she's yelling. Are there still heaps of them over there?
They ran to the killer shack.
Oh shit, okay.
Oh, nice.
Cool. That's 2.
Oh, there's someone else
On
there
me,
too, I
on
saw
me,
a
on me.
stretch
No, I'm
out.
kidding.
Oh,
Sorry. The way we just say that so
the
loudly.
way I ran.
Oh, sorry, babe. Sorry. On my way. Ooh, someone's being chased in the main building by a zombie.
Oh,
Ooh, okay.
Salita Cappuccina. Oh, they're dropping pallets.
They're moaning and groaning. Okay. No,
Level
Em, don't
2.
say that. You smell so good.
Another one.
Another one. Maybe I make a
Oh,
tea.
baby, where we going? Don't drop it. She dropped it. Oh, there's 2 on the hook?
Oh, really? About to be 3.
Yes, there's about to be 4.
Oh.
Oh, never mind.
Moaning and groaning sounds like my Friday night. Yes. Meow.
She actually does. She does that when she plays over. She meow the whole time.
I'm a jetpack cat. I have to meow.
She RPs.
What?
Oh.
What?
Oh, this gen is very far along.
Jeffrey.
Oh. Oh, I don't know why I did that. Mama, come here.
Gotcha, girl.
Gotcha. Do they have any flashlights? I hope not.
That was
I
ridiculous.
hope not.
Yeah, the zombie auras as the other
So
killer's
helpful.
really nice. I hardly know her. He's playing peekaboo, I know.
Nice.
Go on, girl, get.
I have 2 injured.
Oh, they're moaning here. They're moaning.
Right.
Right, lovely jubbly.
Lovely. Okay, this is good. We just gotta keep it up.
When you see the tonics, drink them too so they don't get it.
Oh, you know what? I haven't been doing that. I keep seeing them and doing nothing about it,
Okay.
which is so bad.
No, it's okay. I usually do too, but I don't want them to get, because they can get a health state, sorry, a hook state removed. Kind of ridiculous if you think about it.
Hakuna.
Oh my god, they're every. Oh, they're not.
My tatas, Eric.
Eric Blakeburn
Zombie
just
move, bitch.
resubbed for 57 months. Are we stabby in right now?
We are. How are you, doll? We're doing all the stabs still. We're loving it. The health state thing, Tammy? Nice.
Got her?
Nice.
You going on the girl?
Yep.
Oops,
Where are the
someone else
rest?
over Here.
Thank you for thanking the gifters,
we going?
guys. That means a lot. Yeah, so there's 2 tonics for survivors. You either heal or you remove a health hook state. And then for killers, you either get a speed boost for just yourself or a speed boost for the team. Oh my god. Our gas was so high as well, Eric.
Oh wow.
Hope it lowers for you. We had to drive down to a wedding that was like 4.5 hours away when the gas was super high and we were like, fuck. God, I hope it comes down for all of you guys.
Main building still has a lot of pallets.
True. Chasing a girl. Bang.
Hello, sir.
Real. Eric, real. Cheap gas for all of us, and I'm not talking about farts. Just like me, for real.
Where the hell did he just go?
Oni. Probably good, right? Because Oni can rush around.
I just completely lost that man.
There's a zombie chasing someone here.
Okay, all the gens over here are fine.
I think they're in main building. Yeah. Kate's here. Can I rush around you? Yeah. Oh. Dwight is here and Kate's here.
I should have whipped.
Do you have a flashlight? Yeah,
I
if we
don't
could
think
just
anyone
use
does, no.
fart for fuel, we'd be fine.
Okay, fine.
Oh, there's so many people. They're about to do this, Jen.
Oh.
Someone's running towards you. Never mind, they're going left.
Ooh, one gen left. Oh lord.
Someone gonna get it? Joe, I'm not proud of it, but I'm a few hours off 7,000 on PC.
Nice!
But I've been streaming it for like 7 years, so it makes sense. Hi, Liz. Liz. What killer don't you have, McKenna? Do you want certain perks? Because I would go for perks to learn.
Ooh, I don't think they've touched any of the gens.
Oh, I'll try this one.
Oh, they're over here. See the zombie?
Mm-hmm.
Gonna cut them
Kiss
off
from a rose.
Gonna go this way. Oh, they're... Ooh, one just jumped in a locker. Oh!
Someone's going over here. Oh, she's injured.
Oh my goodness!
Stunning.
Absolutely stunning.
The hatches are gonna spawn soonish. Ping was here before, being all cute.
I heard you.
I'm on a sable.
I'm on the, I'm on a sable too.
The Nemi punch is so funny. Why did she go into a locker? That's weird to me. Isn't that just like giving up?
I don't know. I think was she trying to hide?
But I was chasing her. I see you go in there. Hey, girl.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the hatch spawn. Hatches spawn.
Okay, I'll go looking.
Hatches. I got one.
Oh, there's a guy over here teabagging on a hatch.
Oh, okay. Hey, we'll take another 7K.
Teabagging when your team got decimated, please. I can't.
We did it. We did it.
He said damn killer suck.
Is that the guy who escaped? Oh my god, that's so
yes,
funny.
He was teabagging on the hatch. And then I said why and he left. Oh my goodness. I don't think I saw him the whole game either.
That's so funny.
Girl. Well, Carla, that was the last round for me.
All right, baby.
I don't think I can do another queue.
True,
But
the
that was
queue's
lovely.
long.
Thank you for playing with me, and I'll see you probably tonight on Overwatch, I guess.
I might see you just before I have to leave the house, but if
Royal.
not, next week I'm all yours.
Royal.
All right,
I'll
baby.
see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Like the goat. Joe, you're the goat. I would get Ghosty's perks are good, McKenna. Probably Ghosty. Jumping the locker forced you to hook her rather than slugging her so the hatch won't spawn. Oh, I didn't even think of it like that. Because I would only slug if they were right next to each other, but that's smart. That's smart. I didn't even think of it like that. Abby, yes, they were in earlier. But I think they're busy tonight. Pain Res, Grim Embrace, Barbecue Chili, Lethal. Oh, yeah. Why don't you like the update, Liz? What's your thoughts on it? I didn't mind it the other day, but maybe I had a good day. Did something happen? What was the vibe? I kind of want to whip people as Nemi real quick. It's so buggy. Yeah. I had a few multiplayer bugs. What bugs are you having? Grandmama!
I think this is one of these horror masks. Let me try it on.
Hello! Hello, slut.
Okay.
I'll have what she's having. Oh, got you. Didn't seem like much for a big up. Right, okay. Right.
There's those there.
Yeah, they'll fix it with the Alan Wake. But
Put
so
your
fair.
ass away, child.
Vez, thank you for 37.
Vespertine92 just subscribed.
Hello? Oh, it takes forever to use items. Yeah, true.
There's those there.
I was going to play a little bit of Faz today because
Put your ass away, child.
the camera angles.
Bob's
I'll
Heisenberg
chill.
has just subscribed. Carl's party,
Because I feel a little bit dizzy right now. So I was thinking if I were... Because I don't want to go yet. If I were to play another game, I'll probably play Faz today and just try and keep it as chill as I can. And then obviously if I don't feel better, then I'll just skedaddle. But I want to stay, obviously. Where is Nemesis? Oh, here. Thank you for the sub. Striker.
Put your ass away,
Tammy and I's
child.
ass, we can't fit in the closets
Fish
anymore.
Fins just subscribed.
It's been in the opposite direction. Fuck. Oh, wait. Bob's, Vess, Fins, thank you for the resubs. Oh my god. Thank you, guys. That is my goat. You are my goats. How long is this? 9 minutes? That's fine. Let me check and see if there's a love bubble, because if there's not a love bubble, I don't care. Thank you, doll. Thank you, abs. I obviously want to stay, like I don't want to go early, but I promise you, and my bad, I didn't know when to start. I didn't want to like put off my increase. I just wanted to start it, and to be fair, I guess it's not as bad as it could be, but I definitely feel like I feel like nauseous and dizzy. So we'll see. I want to stay on though, but yeah, if it gets too much to handle, I'll just skedaddle. Except for the demon I showed you, that was just a very fast, unexpected room change. Oh no, doll. Yeah, true, true. Oh wait, Commando, I heard about it. Yeah. Hi Bobby, hello girl. Thank you for the resubs and everything today, guys. I'm very grateful. Thank you. What is even the time? 11:15. Oh my god, it's early. Jesus. It's early. I'm good, Bobby. Mother's Day on the weekend. I wonder if they've delivered the flowers I sent Mum today. I sent it to her early, so she has one less thing to carry on Sunday. Hopefully she likes it. I deal with constant nausea. I know it's very hard to function. Oh, thank you, doll. That's very sweet. Thank you. I'm sorry you deal with that too. Have you thought about UV glasses? I used to get headaches from sitting in front of the screen all day. I used to have them, Joe. I don't know where they went. But hasn't been a thing since... Well, it's only been a thing when I've started my meds. But I know it will get better. For sure. Wait. Commander. Okay. I actually forgot to take my new antidepressant once. I got so fucked. Oh no, what did you experience, doll? Also, I love your name. Vagelina Holy is so good. My favorite Phasmo bug of all time was, I think, the Ridgeview house where I went to walk into one of the upstairs bedrooms and then an entire side of the second floor disappeared. What the hell? Hello? Jesus. I will command, I promise. Thank you, Joe. Guys, I actually feel so bad that every stream lately you hear me be like, oh, I just feel a little bit. So I do apologize. I know it's out of my control. I'm just so transparent. And I'd rather you know how I feel than me make a face or me be flat and you're like, what's up with her? You know? My fave killer? Huntress or Freddy, I think. When I accidentally skip a day, my sleep is horrible. Ugh, Furnace. Not good. Yeah. It is getting better. So I'm just gonna... I do promise though, like... If I play this game and I feel like shit, I'll switch to Faz and see how I feel. But maybe I just do a shorter one today regardless. Yap has got a yap. But the good news is, by the time I start my week of streams next week, it should be settled. You're a human. If you apologize for not feeling upset, I will smack you. Oh, what a shame. Please don't smack me. Wait, Henry, I'll lay down in your arms. Bring it in. Gotcha. Sorry. Watching you beach. Fine, do it. Why do I think you'd go any other way than that? It's me! What the hell? If you apologize one more time. Fuck, okay. Went through withdrawal. One of my meds because my pharmacy and my psycho somehow mucked up my prescription info. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm sorry, doll. What the hell? Nice, shake it. Shake that ass. You should go with Ice Age 5? There's a 5? We jump Carla if she says sorry one more time. Oh no, please don't jump me. Ooh, I would hate that. Ooh, I'm scared. Sorry. Alright, whore. Also, I enjoyed Fortnite the other day. We're gonna run that back. I'm down. Sorry. Treating me like you're supposed to do. Uh-huh. Tears run down my thigh. I miss old Freddie McKenna, but yeah, I still love Freddie. Or don't excite me. Jump and then kiss. Mm-hmm. Yum. Tears run down my thigh. Dance break. Get in disc. Get in disc and duo right now. Pardon me. I get wet at the thought of you. Uh-huh. I'm fucking hose up on this. Yep. Treating me like we're supposed to do. Uh-huh. Turns out I'm not bad. It was my PS4. You get more frames, right? You get way more frames now. Guys, any money I get up to go pee and I'm gonna load into a lobby. Always the way. Always the way. Go on. Go on then. Load in. Oh, it didn't load in. Alright, sure. I thought it would load in by now. It lied. Of OG DBD, and I really appreciate how far the game has come. Real. They just need to put an OG DBD mode on. Can you imagine? The player base would double if they just had a queue where you load into like, let's just say 2017 DBD, 2020 DBD, and you only have the killers and the perks and the maps and the graphics that was available at that time. I would love it. Let me escape via hatch again. Come on. Come on, DBD. Do the right thing. Do the right fucking thing. Sorry. That's aggressive. You know what I'm saying. I'm conceited. Reason. Okay. The old run animation? Yeah. And the 3%! I know! Nat, give it back! I don't want to bring a stupid offering. Wait, I'm hitting that. I'm hitting that, Joe. Look at me go. Come, all the same. Hi, Virgil. How are you? Oh, there's drops. Hell yeah. I just saw that. Nice. Kill. Hit this. It's actually crazy how good you're hitting that. Guys, by the way, that emote reminded me. Anyone that's updated their iPhone, we basically have that emote now. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. But it's funny. God, this is taking forever to get into this queue. And for what? And for what? Shit. I'm a mobile... Oh, I'll show you. This emote here is now on iPhone. If you update your phone, you basically have that emote in the emojis. It's ridiculous. Yes, it's so good. But a lot of people haven't updated their phone, so I cannot use it, unfortunately. God damn it. You're not a loser. What the hell? Ethan, hello. How are you? Get me in the game. I keep sending it people. Yeah, the question box. Damn it. Damn it, question box. We got a game. And then I'll probably play some Faz and see. I'll at least try to do 5 hours today because I wanted to do like 7. But we'll just take it hour by hour. Wait, like a flu, Ethan? Oh, 3 flashlights? Ooh, I'm down. I got the flu, but to be honest, I'm feeling better than yesterday. Okay. We love improvement. Hope you feel better. Do you have any meds for it? Not the flu. Ace has his panties on. I'm ready. He's got his panties on. Okay. So if it's that, is it start trial together? That hidden one? Or is it the 4%? I bought meds. I was basically raw dogging it. I'll tell you this. Last time I got the flu, really bad was in New Jersey after Collecticon, and I will say that NyQuil over there is crazy. That made me fall asleep so... Like, my eyes would fall asleep by itself. It actually fixed me up real good, pretty quick. Compared to Aussie meds. I was... It's so... I didn't know how powerful it was. Sammy was having a full discussion with me, and I would look at her, and I was listening to her, and then I would just fall asleep. I would just fall asleep on her, and then I would wake up and go, Sammy, I'm so sorry. And she's like, it's okay, babe. It's crazy. I had a great old time. I didn't realize how powerful it was. It's strong as hell. And I also thought people were joking when they said Dayquil is good. I thought they were joking because Dayquil sounds so funny to me. But no. You guys have Dayquil too? You have all the quill. Nice. Really? Ooh, a zombie. They love me. Damn, I'm gonna get flash saved again, and I really don't want this. I just want to get a hook. Benadryl. You know the Benadryl. Damn. Anyway, long story short, I didn't realize... I'm just gonna let that go. I didn't realize how heavy NyQuil is. It was crazy. Pain quill. They're just putting quill on everything now. What the hell? What's next? Period quill? Quill maxing. No, seriously. Pepto-Bismol was good too when I tried that as well. Opera NyQuil was give you sleep paralysis? Guys. What on earth? Oh shit. Striker, not that. PMD quill though. Imagine if that worked. Hey guys. Hello, bars. Using their quills. Hey girl. I'm gonna go back to check this hook because I feel like someone's gonna get the unhook sooner or later. And they're gonna jump on that gen. Or maybe no one's going for them. Ow, my hand. Oh, I have to actually use my whip, I just realized. Hey girl. That so whipped you. Watching me whip and nay-nay. They're just doing gens. That guy's dying. Okay, there they go. Been regressing this whole time. He's on death hook though. That's cruel. Alright, let's see if we can get them in here. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then I see little Miss Lara in the corner. Let me get the pop on that. Where did she go? I'm gonna go back to this gen because they've definitely sat on it. Oh, I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna go over here. Hey, girl. Okay, I feel bad for that guy. But also, don't return to the scene of the crime. Not long enough. My tentacle's not long enough. Wait, cute. Oh, they're chasing her. We're getting a special. That's what she said. Okay, I'm gonna go back over here. Two men on Death Hook, they might kiss. Alright, I'm so sorry. But it's not my fault because his team is the one that let him go to second. So I have to just... It's not your fault. And they were roommates. Ooh. Ooh. Come over here, queen. Nice. Ooh, nearly got her. Ooh. Nearly clipped her ankle. Gotcha, girl. Oh, this is her first hook. Okay. Whoop. I need to get that ace. Ah, perfect. Where'd he go? Thank you. God, I love a good whip when it lands. When it lands. When it doesn't. So painful. Oh. Right. In-game. Pause. Not the pause. My bad. Hear me out. Hear me out. I got nothing. You got me. I'm listening. My bad. Hearing. I feel fast and strong. 27. Oh, there she is. Barbecue and chili giving me the goods. She is a track star. Bello. Well, I know she's around here somewhere. Nice, she made it around. She made it around town. Do you have so? My thumps are so loud. For the love of crumb cake. All my one-liners. Surely they've snuck around to this, Jen. No? Axel! Morning! They're over here. How are you, doll? That's a good idea. Honestly, the one thing with learning DBD is playing both sides. So I started with Survivor first, and then with time you can dabble in some Killer because it helps you learn the maps and it helps you learn what not to do as Survivor. You know? And vice versa. Oh, nice. I wish I did that more when I was learning. Wait, Tammy, have they added Grace? But it is a big learning curve. Like I always say to people to give yourself some grace because you are gonna die a lot. Even when you have 1,000 hours. Like even me with close to 7k, I still make mistakes. And I still die, it's okay. But if you get into it, it's such a fun game to commit to because you have a lot of unlocking to do and yeah. Joe, I believe you're goated, for real. So goated. Well, there's the scratch marks. Yippee! Hatch, nice. Yeah. No, Joe, you're goated. I just don't hand out goated left, right, and center. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Because here's the thing, there's so many variables that go into DBD, you know? Especially if you're not playing Chaos Shuffle, which is random builds. You know, we all have different perks. Some maps are good, some maps are crap. Some killers are easier to verse than others. Then it's the player playing the killer, you know? Like, a good killer in Nemi's hands, that game would have been over quicker, you know? But yeah, Technician is good. So starting with Feng Min is good because she has Technician. So if you blow up a gen, it won't notify the killer. And then Botany, not Botany, that's Claude, sorry. But and you have Life as Feng as well. So you can vault a pallet or a window and zoom. Like how Nurse is supposed to be #1 killer. Yeah, I rarely see him. A good game for me. I can solo a gen at the start. Yeah, getting a gen done early is nice. Real nice. I think the queues are still quite long, so I might go to Faz. Let's see. 11 minutes. God. I can do one Survivor. We'll do one Survivor and then I'll just go to Faz. Yes. Alert as well. This character's so good to start with because you have perks. This is so good. Like, this is honestly a great character to start with. So whenever, oh, like fast Q. Whenever a killer breaks a pallet or damages a gen, you see their aura, so you can see where they are. And then you have life to get away and chase, and then you also have technician. So if you fail a skill check, you're not outed, basically. Oh, that's not who I want. How did you sync queue times? Someone suggested this website, and I just I connected it. Yeah, I forget the website, but I think if you just type in DBD player queue time, it will be the first website. Sorry, that's not good information, but someone suggested me to do that, and I went, that's smart, because yes, Henry might go. What would I do without you? Guys, are you down for some chill faz after this? Thoughts? DBD is chill as well. Like, I'm vibing. Fat me up, sister. We'll do repo next week. And everything I promised. I promise. Hope you guys have at least 12 hours. Yes. Tuna salad on stream. No, Nat, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh, I appreciate it. I am enjoying DBD Killer. It's just the queues are taking a little bit of time. Perfect. Log on real quick for my free points from the store. Oh my god, why is it crashing? Hi Goose. How are you? Oh my god. Got my brain. It's annoying because I feel funky fresh apart from the other stuff. So I'm trying just to forget about it. Oh. Wait, what day was it, Goose? What'd you do? Nah. You can, Hannah. You can. But then sometimes I, like with normal killer, especially, because it's only like 9 minutes, I may as well just talk some crap with you. But you can. You're right. You can do that. It is pretty good. I just get lazy. I'm a lazy girl. Legs. Oh. Goose, every time, I haven't been for a while, but every time I went with my friend / trainer, he'd be like, all right, time to do legs. And I'm like, oh, I'm like, no. No. It is nifty. You're right. I love talking crap. Crap. Only you're so loud. Yeah, he's a loud boy. Yeah, we were doing the hip thrust machine. Because I do have strong legs. I will admit my legs are quite strong, but I hate doing them. And he just pushed me so hard on it, and I hated every second of it. I gotta go back. I'd be so weak now. As a game on Steam, it looks like Underwater Destiny. Underwater Destiny? Oh. Wait, we have Skull Merchant and this map? Oh, God. Oh, TJ. See, some leg workouts I'm good at, and then others I hate. With a passion. With a pash. I gotta go. Missed me. Girl. Let me hack the drones. Where did she go? Did she actually lose me? She went, you know what? I'm over it. Oh, not the squat. You know what I hate? Lunges. I did some assisted pull-ups the other day. And it was fine. Yeah, exactly. Actually, I don't mind step-ups. Lunges, though, can go to hell. I hate lunges. I hate lunges. I said to my friend we should mic us up when we go through a workout together. Because we're friends, I can talk my shit. But I'll always be like, if he's like, alright, time to do lunges, I'm like, you're doing it with me. Or I'm not doing it. I just complain. But it's funny. We talk shit. It's good. But oh my god. Don't like it. I'm grunting a lot. I play pickleball. I don't really grunt a lot. I'll just try and whack the ball when it's super high and forget how short I am. Like, girl, you don't have a crazy wingspan, babe. How do you think you can hit that shot? Be for real. Oh shit. Not her being on me and me being like la 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 la. I didn't even look around. Shit. I need to go. Oh, sorry guys, that's my bad. Hopefully she still goes for me. Being like love making, that's funny. I don't remember. Oh fuck, I really fucked quad over, didn't I? He's got it. I love step-ups. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind. I will lock in again. And be strong. I can't believe how strong I got at one point. It was very interesting. I didn't really expect to. I don't know. I gotta go back. It's muscle mummy season. He was sweaty that night. Oh, sick. Rip Robin, our goat. Oh no. Oh, never mind. Fuck. That's not good. You got this, my goat. I'm so loud though. Ooh, he's got it. He's got it. Beck, I loved his impression of a hot dog. Run, my goat. It's very dangerous. I'm just injured. Run. Run, my goat. Hi, David. No. No, don't. He's getting chased again. He's pumped. That's my goat. Ooh. Does he... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I fucked up. Oh shit. Oh shit, where did she come from? Whoopsies. Fluff, butter noodles. Hell yeah. Butter nudes. I just have some noodles I can pour some water. I could have little cup noodles. That's a huge win, actually. Fluffer. Huge win. Nude me up, Charles. Yeah, Beck, wait, I hear this a lot. Are butter noodles in the States? What noodles do you use? And is it just like, so what, how do you make it? Because in my head, I'm just picturing buttery chicken noodles without the chicken taste. Noodles always count as a win. Also, thank you, gamer. Yeah, I would like to go back or just go to the gym in general. Any noodles, add butter and salt. Oh, shit. Really? Wait, Beck, I think we're onto something here. Pasta of your choice and salted butter. What? Now, this is a silly question. But what is it just... Is the taste just butter? Like... Ooh, garlic powder? Egg noodles for buttered noodles. Oh, shit. Or is there like a distinct taste? Cheese? Oh my god. Butter noodles to Australia. Garlic powder, parmesan. Ooh, you have me wanting to try this, guys. Oh, shit. Damn. I'm about to act up. Mmm. Ooh, I would add pepper too. Yum. Ooh, oh, great. Yeah, not ramen, I think, just butter. Ooh, and red chili flakes would be good too. I'm interested. Oh, yum. Damn. Okay, chef. All right, where are they? You're fine, gang. We did it. Yippee! How much butter? True, how much butter? GG. Have a butter puddle, you can just add more nudes. Oh, it's like popcorn. Wait. No, you, Joe. Fuck. We don't butter our popcorn here. Yeah, so when you go to the movies here, it's already buttered. Yeah, so when you buy the popcorn, it's already buttered and salted. We don't have a station where you add more butter. That's what I was shocked at when I went to the States. I went to the movies with the gang for the first time. And I was shocked to see a butter pump. I had some back. It was a lot. I honestly felt like I was on another planet. But it was interesting. Wait, what curry? Chaos, yeah. True, it might depend on the theater. You're right, you're right. Jersey Theater, New Jersey. It had more salt and more butter. And the popcorn was already buttered, but you could add more. Yeah, you can add more butter. Yeah. It didn't feel that soggy, surprisingly, Beck, but it was too much. It was too much. But I heard in some theaters, you have crazy, like you can add jalapenos to your popcorn. I don't think so, Gamer. I don't think we do. No. I think you'd like our popcorn. It's just chill. Axel. I love butter though. Don't get me started on butter. I love butter so much. Like, my favorite thing of all time is roast lamb and roasted or mashed potato that's perfect, doused in butter. Is a bunch of crunch? Oh, TJ, right. I can't let you go now that I got it. Need is to be struck. Bunch of crunch. It wasn't that bad. Love me a bunch of... What's crunch? Oh, crunch bars? But let me Google what a crunch bar is. Crunch bar. Is it what I'm thinking of? Oh, that... Yeah. Got you. Is this the same one? I add Maltesers to my popcorn. Bunch of crunch. Okay. Bunch of crunch. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That would be nice. Yeah. Yum. This is what I put in my popcorn. This is the vibe. So you get the Malteser balls and then you put it in your popcorn and it's so good. And then you have bit of salty and then you got a bit of sweet. It's so good. I love chocolate with popcorn with chips. Used to put chocolate syrup and M&Ms on my popcorn. I low-key don't like malt. Fair. I'm a slut for it, which is my Milo and my Maltesers. Parmesan, the bag is like, oh, I think I've seen that. Yeah, we love some malt. Hi, Coops. How are you, doll? Oh, yeah. My God. Got me feeling like popcorn. I have, sweet and salty or just like a bagged popcorn. Oh, Beck, I had 2 Milos the other night. I gotta stop. I didn't have one last night because I was like, girl, chill. I just love chocolate. I just love chocolate. 1 kilo tin? Yeah, because Milo is so expensive that you may as well get the on special tin. Because the little tin is the same price as the big tin. So you're like, okay. May as well. Milo is like Nesquik. Put it in milk, but it's more of a crunchy texture. Now I want Nesquik. Oh, yeah. My God. I love it. It's my favorite like late night treat. Is Milo malt? Yeah, it is malt. But it's good, trust me. It's so good. Crunchy milk. Pretty much. It's like a crunchy milkshake. You make me want a Milo, but it's not as readily available here in Canada. No! And I'm not talking about Cocoa Pops. It's good. Milo's good. I'll show you. It's so good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So good. Mmm. Oh, now that is a work of art. Oh, yeah. And, like, you use a spoon, so you, like, you dig it out, and it's a bit wet with the milk. It's really good. Yeah, the nighttime Milo's good. It's so good, guys. You can turn it into a hot chocolate. Like, you can have a hot chocolate. But technically, you can have a hot Milo, and you'll have crunchy bits in the bottom that you can scoop up with your spoon. And then you can have a cold Milo that you can just... It's like chalky milk, but it's crunchy, so you can scoop up the Milo. Is that Xeno? Oh, no. Yeah, Sarah, it's good. But it's so good. Oh, it's so good. It's my favorite. I'll always have Milo in my house. Sometimes I'll have a Nesquik season. If, like, the small tins are on special, I'll just get some and have some Nesquik, but... Oh, if you sprinkle Milo on ice cream, guys... So good. It's so good. Not fair. So fair. Oh, freedom. 3.3 pounds? Oh my god. Hand it over. Is that 20 USD? Oh my god, milk. Yes. He got me, girl. I always have to have milk in my house and Milo in my house because I'll either have a tea or a Milo or both as my nighttime treat. Yum. So good. Nat. What? No, you're a treat. How are you, doll? You studying today? Wow. Now I want a Milo and Nat. God, fuck, shit. All right. Milo, sweetened condensed milk, and ice cream together. Whoa, really? Oh, yay! That's my goat? Oh, I gotta go. Oh, nice. Okay, organized. Oh, shit. Oh, oh, no. T-Chain is wild. I love it, though. I'm gonna heal you. Everything's okay. Stay calm. I was gonna say I'm flicking it, but I thought DJing was more friendly. Honestly, both at the same time. If I can say that. I think it's really funny. Texas boy. Oh. Adding it straight to cold milk is less common. How I make my Milo? If I make it cold, I put so much in the cup. And then I pick the cup up and not slam it, but I kind of do that on the counter to keep the Milo on the bottom of the cup. And then I add my milk and I'll stir it a little bit, but not that much because I want the crunch of the Milo. I still want to eat it. And then if I make a hot Milo, it's a lot of Milo and then Yeah. Then I put more on top, of course. Do a little cough and it's like Milo going everywhere. And then if it's a hot chocolate, a hot Milo, I'll put heaps of Milo in, and then hot water, and then a little bit of milk. And then when I was in school, I would make, well, my stepdad actually would make the Milo Thunder, he would call it. We had this big ass cups, and he'd put heaps of chocolate in, stir it up a little bit, put milk in, and then microwave it. And then and then the chocolate would be like melted and lava-y, and it was so good. So much chocolate, but so good. So good. Like foul, but so good. Frida was the best. It was sick. I can't replicate it. He just did it so well. The goat strikes again. I do dabble in some Tim Tam Slam sometimes, Nat. Do you slam it? Do you slam it? It's crazy comms. He got me. He got me. Tammy. I call Tammy Tim Tam Slam. Gotcha, girl. Tim Tam Slam is what I call me and my girl. Wait. Oh. I'll approve that after this chase. No, I know. I know it wasn't. It was just Twitch being like, hang on. I like Spanish hot chocolate a lot, but it's so thick that I need to have like another drink with it, because you sip it and you're like, whoa, but I love it so much. But very thick. Very, very thick. That's what she said. Oh, I don't think I've tried a spicy one, Henry. This is just thick. Thank you. Thank you, my goat. Let's do this gen together. Lock in, king. Oh god, that regressed so much. Thick. Don't let go. You stay on that gen. Thank you. All right. God, I feel like garlic bread. And pizza. I wish I had both of those things. Stare. Just saying stare is so funny. All right, guys, lock in. I did. I got a frozen pizza, but I want an authentic cooked pizza. Oh, no. Damn it. Authentic cooked sounds so funny. I want the real deal. There's this pizza I want to get. It's ages from me, but it's doable. But it has this chili sauce. And that's amazing. But you have a tummy ache the next day. But controversial, it's worth it. But I haven't had it in years. But anytime I wanted it, I was like, okay, can I afford the tummy ache? And if I could, I'm like, okay, I'm going to get it. To watch you toss a pizza dough in the air, I'd be really good at it. I'd be so good at it. Freedom, you made a holster? Wait, what a flex. Cooking pizza stream. Wait. I should wear an outfit and pretend to be Italian for the whole stream. Oh, yeah. Okay, someone's doing this gen. I'm gonna get the save. Bree, enjoy. Shave it up. Crazy comms if people didn't hear what I said. What Bree said, but you know, it's fine. I'm here. Enjoy this. Healing you in the basement. Because I'm not scared. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Trying to make pizza from scratch would be a crazy fever dream. A mustache stat. I don't meditate. Of course you have, Chef. You're my goat. Chef, I know. Oh, we hooked her so far away. Whoa! Oh! 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 Protect me! Protect me, boy! Okay. That's okay. Tammy, what? My first ghost will be a rev. I'm calling it. Hakuna. My tatas. Meg. Thank you for your prime.
Megaroni7 just resubbed
Yippee!
for 25 months.
Thank you for 25 months. You can repel revs now. That was one time and I still died, didn't I? Thank you, Meg. What happened? I clipped it. Fuck. I'll be a Ratatouille. Let's go. Let me see if I have any food. I do have noodles. But what I hate about noodles is having to be like... Mikey! Hello! Are you getting married tomorrow? It's tomorrow, right? Or am I an absolute sock? Oh, Tammy, you're right. You're right. Wait, Henry, what are you going to say? You don't like noodles? I've got pork tenderloin thawing for tomorrow, but now I want to do pizza. Oh. Yum. Ah, yum. How you feel? Guys, Mikey's getting married tomorrow. It's time. 150 speed. Oh, you're right. You're right. What is Jetpack Cat? A support hero in Overwatch, and I love him. Hello, John. How are you, doll? Ratatouille would play with... Oh. Henry. You know what? Fine. When your mood hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. But Mikey, I'm really excited for you. Hell yeah. Guys, it's time. Play it cool. This is Mikey's bachelorette party? Yes. Sorry, bachelor party, yes. Yes. Looking for affection. Mikey De Niro. Okay, I'm gonna put hot water in my noodles. I think I'm gonna do it. What's this? Oh, Operation Frodo! Wow. March 19th, 2025. Yeah, guys, if you missed Operation Frodo, that's the engagement. Oh my goodness. Do you have pasta? I don't have pasta. Otherwise I would beg. I was thinking about that. I had Dr. Daly back when dailies were optional. Oh yes. And I was like, oh, that's fine. He's got built-in survivor detection. I'll do right. And the survivor was like, hee, enjoy. Oh no, yeah. Yep. I think we'll like it, Beck. Cried 4 times. You gotta get it out. You gotta get it out. Yeah, I think with different things, I think I would be barking. Let me add water to this. Hold. Well, water to my nude.
You knew I thought you would be here. You knew I thought you would wait. You knew that one day I'd wake up and I'd be too late.
Okay. It filled with water. Now we got to wait a couple of minutes. No, it was so perfect. It was great. It honestly worked. Not that I didn't think it would work. Like I knew it would work, but you know, it's a big deal and it went perfectly, I think. It was so good. It got me. It got me. Do you I don't mind a dumb comedy. I myself am a dumb comedy. Alexa, hello. Not Timomatic. This just reminds me of our Red Dead. Creamy McPie. I'm interested. I'm interested. Yeah, Henry, I love that. I love that song. Oh, Jeff looks different. He's moving different. And sometimes saying ayo, gotta let go. I wanna celebrate and live my life. Ayo. Oh my god. Wait, will it be... You're coming to the movies, right? Will it be edited by then? I want to see it. I want to see it. Light it up like we're dying. Okay, I gotta get my noodles after this game. I hope so. All right. I'm ready. I'm bloody ready. Got some unhinged stuff line up. That's me, girl. That's me, girl. Did someone say nudes? Yes, I'm having nudes. I'm having all the nudes. And sometimes. Good news is I can probably make it to 6 hours, which is huge. Huge. If I stay this way, we're going to 6 hours, baby. I was just feeling so weird before. Ooh, cocktail dresses? Where did I get mine? How I found mine was I typed in like wedding guest dresses and just went through all the websites, and then I found mine. Mine was in a sale tab because they're so expensive. And I got mine for 60 AUD. And I'm gonna rewear it as a guest multiple times because it slaps. I like it. Probably wouldn't survive a winter wedding, but it was good. What website was it? I can find it. It was an Aussie website. Saying ayo, gotta let go. Carla'sHotDress.com. Wait, you like Legion songs, Seven? I like the different characters. Oh. Oh. They have that add-on. Nasty. Now I'm crying in the club again. God damn it. I love love. My favorite part about the proposal was when Trace was like, alright guys, I'm ending stream. We got stuff to do. I was like, hell yeah, girl. Hell yeah. It was really funny. My wife. Oh! Oh, my bad. Oh. I deserve that. Oh, I could get my noodles. No, there's no time. There's no time. I have to wait. For my wife. Don't cry, you're so sexy. Oh, Henry, I got you. My indie little stream playlist just has a bunch of shit in it. And some random not Tim-O-Matic. Tyler Cruz. Also, you know what's crazy? I felt wild the other night. And I ended up listening to all of Flo Rida's top hits. They carried high school. They had so many absolutely viral hits. I didn't realize. Girl. And Pitbull. Like, Pitbull's goated, but Flo Rida was built different. Yeah, look in all the... Type in wedding guest dress and then look in all the sale sections. That's how I found mine. Because everything was just weird looking. And I was like, give me just something normal. Oh, you're joking. Oh, sorry, doll. I thought I could get you. Don't worry, we can come back from this. Don't worry, guys. Lara Croft is coming. Everything is fine. Shana Paul, someone give it to, someone give it to, someone give it to the Wild Girls. Hi, Jazz. I know I should switch to Faz soon. DBD was distracting my brain from how I was feeling earlier, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna just keep going. Ooh, we're doing it. Someone give it to. I can't thinking too. No, like I knew they would end for sure, but I think I didn't expect her to say what she said. She was really funny. Like I didn't expect her to be like, "All right," you know. It was just so typical Trace, you know. Like it just. I don't know why I was so like full of love that I didn't expect for her to crack the jokes. I don't know. I don't know. I was in tears. I don't know. I don't know what I thought. I was having a great old time. Uh-oh. No, play with me. I'm a good guy. Oh yeah, Beef, I am. I well up super quick, super easy. I don't cook, I don't clean. But let me tell you how I got this ring. My bad, sorry. That was a quick game. But now I can get my noodles. Me nudes. Me nudes. Nudes to fat with. Rip creamy McPie. Sounds like my Friday night.
I made a couple friends last night. Woke up to see the sun staring in my face. I won't go back to bed this time. I've been dreaming about a day to run away. My life is pretty boring. I waste so many mornings. Sunset drive down rain. Backseat back in my head. Sunset times on my mind. Someone says drive down, ready to go. Backseat back in my head. Sunset times on my mind. Gotta get a toe on the planch when I'm in the rental. Talk too much, gotta let my mental. Stay for one thing, is essential. I made a couple friends last night. Woke up to see the sun staring in my face. I won't go back to bed this time. I've been dreaming about a day to
Why did I think Mum was Carla on... Hi, Mummy! Hello, my angel. Let me see something while you're in here. Hold. Oop. Oop. Interesting. You're at home, aren't you, Mum? I'm just dabbed on me. Just keep an ear out, doll. Oh. There's something at the front door. Oh. Sorry. I needed that. Noodles are so bad to eat because you're just like... Holy hottie. Nudes are good. Do you like them? I know it's only something little. But I wanted to get in early before Sunday so you don't have a million things to take home. And I thought they were quite pretty. Quite pretty. Oh. Just love the side eye is so funny, Mum. Mum loves my side eye emote. She'll come in and be like, I love you, side eye. And I'm like, what does that mean? But it's just she loves the emote. I don't know why Mum doing the side eye makes me laugh. What a heartwarming exchange. What timing? They got delivered as soon as Mum came into chat. Do you like them? I always get you a different type. I always get you natives. But these looked pretty. Yay! I'm so glad. Yay! That makes me happy, it does. These noodles are good. Clappy, me too, yay. Bloody yay. I mean, I was gonna get you a vase, but you have so many that I had to restrict myself. The side eye is so funny. Just like you, my darling. Did it come with my card? A full clip? What? Let me look. Okay. Max, stand behind me. Also, I get the same like 3 maps. Oh, really? Oh, God. When I hear something similar, I truly don't know whether they're... It's always like fireworks. Can I make it? I'm making it. Gotcha, girl. Gotcha again. Break that pallet, and you've got me. Hook, line, and sinker. Do I still have this pallet? You got me, girl. The perfume? Why does the perfume... What? Why does the perfume say good girl? That sounds so weird. Now what the hell? Well, you are a good girl. But, you know, Mum saying that is so funny. Oh, a little promo. Oh. Oh, stunning. Right. I'm just glad they didn't forget my card. the name is. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, nice Spirit. She's not interested. Oh. Has Mum found her new perfume? Interesting. How's having your own space after your week, doll? Does it feel weird? Oh. Go, girl. Bloody good. Oh. Oh, yes. Overall good week, though? We'll have a proper gossip sesh on Tuesday. I know I'm seeing you Sunday, but I know AJ will be cute and we'll be catching up with everyone, but hopefully it was good overall. Yeah, Tuesday we can just gossip about everything. I'm very excited for that. Not that I'm not excited for Sunday. It'll just be you and me. Little early Mother's Day Prezi. Your mum loves a good dupe. Lock in. Mother's Day is Sunday for me. Dope. We'll switch to Faz after this, actually. Some scratches. Dope. I want more nudes. No, I can't. I'm anything but a good girl, so it fits. Yeah, girl. Yes. Go, you good thing. We've seen my alerts. We know what you're like. It's funny, Mum. Sometimes I'll say something and someone in chat will be like, oh my god, imagine if Mum heard you say that. I'm like, girl, Mum says worse things. Mum is so crude, that's why I'm crude. But Mum will get a rise out of me so quick by saying something so naughty. You know? Like, she is the reason I am how I am. Wanna heal, baby? God forbid a girl get a little crude. It is fun because she can get me, so she can shock me, and I can shock her. But a lot of people can't shock us. You know? So it's very fun. Oh. I chose the nude instead of my life. David. That's what happens. My bad. Isn't that the truth, doll? Yep. Breathe. My go. Thank you. My Virgo goat. We can come back from this. I'm sorry I had noodles. That's my bad. Virgo. Wait. I like that. Can you heal me? I'm so injured and sexy. I love standing still after someone runs off and they come back to me. I gotta go. Heal me. Thanks, I thought of it myself. Ethan. I remember one of my favorite moments is in A Weekend at Bernie's. There's a bit where I forget what scene it is, but one of the characters goes, I'm gonna get laid. And I used to watch all these movies with my sister, so I would just quote this all the time. However, one year, I think I must have been like 7, and I was in this Santa costume. It was meant for an adult, so just picture the legs being too long because I'm short as hell, a stuffed belly with a pillow, a bad Santa beard, a hat on, and I walk into the lounge room dressed as Santa as an incredibly short 7-year-old, and I quoted that movie, and I went, I'm gonna get laid, because I didn't know what that meant. And then Mum was like, Carla! Carla in! I was like, what? I don't know what it means, but it was so funny seeing Mum so shocked. She was like, what the fuck? Because, like, no 7-year-old's gonna say that. Like, I was just quoting a movie, and I thought it was funny. I didn't know. My sister's dying with laughter, because she's like, fuck, I did that. I wish you could see a photo of how I looked, because it was ridiculous. Because you think I'm short now. I was an incredibly short kid. Like, I was smaller than everyone. So anything I said was just funnier, because I was just a little droplet. Like, what the hell? I look like my me on Tamagotchi. That's how I looked. You know? So me saying that dressed as Santa is ridiculous. Oh no. Guys, lock in. I'm 2 apples tall. Little droplet is so funny. That's what Mum and I call kids. They're little droplets. Mikey. Hey. We've all been there, huh? Or little plops. Or boopsies. Oh, they're giving that guy a second chance. What a nice killer. Oopsies. Bye, Nat. Proud of you. That's my goat. I'll see you tonight. We're just bamboozling each other. Oh, did you see me? What the hell is going on? Oh, Henry, what a classic. They're gonna finish that gen. I might be the goat. I can have some noodles, I think. Finish it. One tap. One tap. Whoever was with you, one tap. Please. Please. Hi, Mimi. No. I might have to help. I might have to help. Mimi? No sniffing the noodles? Okay, where's this gen? Oh, not good, guys. Not good. We could do an adrenaline thing here. Okay, never mind. Come and get me. She's on that gen. If she gets that done, I'll have adrenaline. Nice. Oh. Okay, she saw me that time. She saw me that time. My bad. Oh, she's doing that gen. I wonder if I can... No. Oh no! She has a flashlight though, imagine. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I'm gonna go on that. Oh, she's gonna escape. No, she's not. Oh shit. Ooh. Uh-oh. I'm not leaving. I'm staying right here. Oh, okay. Me forgetting how endgame works now. My bad. My bad. Whoopsies. Oh, they are pretty. Oh, they're even better than I thought they were, Mum. Oh, they're so pretty. Oh, the way you styled them looking so nice. Pretty. Lovely bunch. Bloody lovely bunch. Gorgina. Okay, let's do some Phasmo. Because I don't know how long I'll be going for, but I want to get some Phasmo in. So we'll do a little bit of that before I piss it off. Gorgina! DBD was fun today, can I say that? I just did. I just did. When we fapped together, yeah. Let me just add the Discordo. Discordo. Okay. Yippee! Mum bought some purple flowers home from a coworker that smell lovely but look like butts. Butts! Honestly, I love all flowers. I'm a flower girl. Joe, you got a little bit of Survivor, a little bit of Killer. I love to fap on live with y'all. Yep. I just love fat flowers in general. But sometimes I overthink the flowers. I'm like, do I like those? But those ones looked really nice. But honestly, they look even better in person. So I'm very happy with that. Yay. You know, sometimes you get flowers delivered and it's not what the photo is and you're like, damn it. But that looked even better than the photo. So we won, I think. Hell yeah. I don't just buy anything when I buy flowers. I sometimes will take 3 websites and like a solid hour before I make a choice. Yeah, freedom, true. True. You right. You right. Okay. I know it's been doing this since the update. I mean, look at him. Look at him. Okay. I will definitely play some Repo next week, though. For sure. For sure. Haven't you? Haven't you? Definitely, definitely Tammy. For sure. Do you reckon I'll get kicked from a lobby again? That was so funny. Don't kick me. That was crazy. Can't believe they kicked me. Henry. A treasure train happened. Mm-hmm. 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 At the start of stream. Ridiculous. Honestly, like I was so flustered. I'm invisible? Am I? What the hell? Oh, hell yeah. I swear Overwatch and Steam's been making me invisible all week. Striker. We're nearly 80. We're nearly max. Hello?
Hello?
I'm nearly level 80.
Oh my gosh.
We've come a long way.
I know, right?
Did we actually get that close last stream? What the hell?
I think so.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, prestige next week? Potential.
I'm scared. What do I get for prestiging?
You get a new badge, but you start over with all the equipment.
Oh, shoot.
Which is fine, because I'll have it all.
Not the convincing. I'm not hiding from the world. Honestly, Overwatch does it automatically now for me. I don't know why. Wait, on DBD? $69.96. Oh my god. Oh, Tim, we're starting off with a man. Huge.
Oh. Banshees are fun, though.
I think I died to a banshee this week.
699, 690, 369. Damn, he's high. Suck it to me one more time. Get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low, get low.
To the window! To the wall!
To the wall.
That's such an older way.
Down my balls. Oh, these females.
What did you say?
Oh, skeet, skeet, motherfucker. Oh, skeet, skeet, goddamn, goddamn.
Damn, she fine.
I'm sorry, my love. One more time.
Is it 3 evidence?
Oh, yes, I think so. Sorry.
Okay, I knew there was an alert running.
Before I learned, like, a hype train was happening and Granny was talking to me and I couldn't hear a thing she was saying and I was like, fuck, I'm a bad friend. Thank you, Mikey. Oh my god. That's so funny. Oh, that's the bug. The door bugs are so real.
Oh, where they keep moving?
Yeah. I forgot about that.
You ever notice? When you walk near a wall, you like snap to it, kind of.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
I've gotten stuck that way.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, not calling me out. Henry, fuck. Whoopsies. Hey, we should have a 7,000 hour Dead by Daylight party, guys.
Bone in the kitchen?
Bone. Ooh. There's a potato in here?
Where'd you find the potato?
There's a potato?
The potato's in this cabinet.
Oh, what does the potato do? What's the law?
It's just there. It's you know, it's one of their content creators, Psychohypnotic.
I can't see. Oh! Oh, that's so funny. Oh, I love that. That's funny.
There's a man.
He invented me in the hall.
Great. Oh. Oh, the puzzle room. Stop it, drop it. It's in the puzzle room.
Oh, yes. I meant to tell you that too, but I got
Oh.
distracted by the ghosts.
Fair. Kind of a vibe. Mirror, mirror on my balls, who's the hottest of them all? Sorry. Rox, hello, doll. What the hell? Firelights. On Me Way. Jules, the best song ever.
I got the motion sensed.
Ooh.
On video, I mean.
Oh, nice.
Oh, your sanity is low.
Ah! Tommy!
I have a Chrissy in there. I'm bringing you a pill.
Okay.
Where'd you go? Oh, okay. There you go.
Thank you. I'm so sorry to overreact, guys. I thought I was dead. That was an overreaction. My bad.
Did I hear EMF 5 at one point also?
Yes. Also, it through the book.
Where are you?
Oh.
What's going on with this door?
I don't know. Guys, I've never overreacted. I'm so calm and cool. Personally. I think.
Did you actually see this, or is it just me?
See what?
The door to this room is stuck in the wall by the front door.
Let me have a look. Oh yeah, I see that. Perfect. No bugs with this patch at all, I think.
No, I think it's great.
Yeah.
Came out perfect.
Oh, dots. Two can play that game.
I have another pill for you when you come back.
Roger. Our next hit single? Post on the Disky. To be fair, my composure has gotten better with this game. Still bad, but it's definitely improved. Oh, really, Joe? No.
I missed that twice.
Oh, where's me Lorda? On a raid? Huge. Or an Oni?
Salt. Oh, here's your pill.
Oh, thank you.
I don't. It's not a Goryo.
I think it's a Raju.
Oh, okay.
Because it's on a wraith, and I saw the breathy thing. Is that an Oni?
Oh, true. Yeah, if the ghost mist flies at you and then makes that loud noise. Oh wait, it's not even in this room anymore. Oh yeah, it is. My temps were just bugged. Oh, the door's fixed.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, ghost. Show yourself on dots again. Oh, I missed it again. Shoot. Oh, I got it.
it. Oh, nice.
Huge.
Oh, whoop.
The door is back!
I also have a Chrissy. I have one right here.
Okay.
We're covered for a little bit. Hello.
Show yourself on dots.
Also, I figured out how to just look at your watch.
Oh, what is it?
If you have nothing in your right hand and you just hold right click.
Oh. My bent ass hand. Perfect. Show yourself on dots. Come on.
Where are you?
I'll take it. Oh. I think the sanity is the little bar around it. Am I wrong? Wait. Oh yeah, so I think Tammy's blue, I'm pink.
Your
or...
sanity is the blue bar and mine is the red.
Yes. I would like a number though. That's a good start.
I know, I would too. It'd be nice to have the number on there. Oh. I already have object thrown, I think.
Jewel Spectacular.
I'm
I
gonna
want that
delete this.
corner.
I didn't mean to catch that.
Oh, it's an alert. I mean, an event. Oh wait, hey.
I got him.
Thank you.
I got him with the video too. He'll be very, very fast around electronics.
Give me the corner balls. Let's go. Nice. Oh, I would love pizza rolls. Did we get anything else or just dots and EMF 5?
That's all I've gotten.
Hmm.
I didn't really see orbs. I could check
Have we
the
tried spirit
temperature
box?
again.
Oh, it just got freezing.
Oh. Oh, it is an Oni. Oh. Alright. Luckily, we waited. I made a mistake, sir. Alrighty. Well. We ball. Okay. Already?
Yep.
Wonder if I can see. Oh. That's interesting. Okay. Keanu! Oh, give me some. I would love
I wonder
a
if
plate.
you saw your breath.
Yeah, maybe I did that. Probably got a little too excited. 78. Yippee! The mist event and the breath cloud look similar. Yeah. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Okay, now it's time to low. Let's do a little bit of fun. Yeah, I've gotten so used to no sprint, by the way. It's crazy.
It gives you so many points, especially the higher the difficulty.
True. Alright. Too heavy.
Too heavy? Ooh.
I think I'm gonna make something for next week. Hold. I want to make a wheel for all of my popular games. So like you could spin the wheel and it'll be like ban an item for the rest of the stream. So you could like ban a flashlight or whatever. And then with DBD you can pick my killer or something. I don't know. Something like that to make it more like interactive. Wait, Joe, that's cute. Have they ever colored in? It's so relaxing. Hi, Vivid. Of course I do. How are you, doll? How you going? What's the thing? Photo motion sensor. Okay.
Yellow tint.
Oh.
Oh, Bone is in this one here.
Oh. Nice.
The blue tint.
Ooh. God. You know what? I'll know. I reckon the last time you had a chat, I'm gonna guess 2022 or 2023. Let's see. Oh, actually, it hasn't been that long. It was only last year. But you said a very similar thing last year. At least you're consistent. Spilt, hello! The camera on the tripod is so much smaller for the screen. I don't mind it, but I feel you. It keeps happening. I know every year we can just have a reunion. But I'll know the answer next time. How's the packing going? Spilt? Sorry. Getting distracted. My thumb on the camera. It's bent, isn't it? Don't tease my bent thumb.
I just threw my bow.
Oh. There we go. I want to see the camera now. I didn't even notice my thumb. Oh. Oh, they're throwing shit. It's a bit buggy, girl, but I'm still enjoying it. They're gonna fix everything with the update next week. It's just thick. I know, I have a thick ass thumb. I can't help it, guys. It's just how I'm built. My thick ass thumb. Oh, nice. Oh. Nice.
If it doesn't step in this one, by the way, it's a Galoo, which is scary.
Oh no. Okay.
I didn't get Spirit Box though, but I'm not sure the game even heard me.
Oh. Okay. Alright. That's a thumb burrito. Don't talk about my dong like that. I don't know. Vivid. That's really sweet. Thanks for saying that. Oh my god. I'll bloody take it. It is, Henry. Fuck. Give me something else. Oh my god.
What steps in the other self?
So it's not a Galoo. Potentially. I'll get this. I hope you've been well though, Vivid. It's nice to see you. This game makes me very distracted. Very happy to be here. I wanted to throw something else.
Do you want to give the Spirit Box a try?
Yes?
Since it hates me.
Are you here? How old are you? Where are you? Are you here? Alright, I hate that.
I heard the giggle.
Don't like that giggle?
The teddy bear. I'm taking it with me.
Okay. Hi, bud. Oh, Henry, I'm sorry, doll. Hi, bird. That's nice, Vivid. Thank you. I appreciate it. That was nasty. I hate those giggles. My cat's on my lap. Oh my god. Trace, what does that mean? Oh no. Mikey.
Because it's her power off. I think it's gonna be a haunt. Maybe? I don't see
I'm
Orb.
dying! Thanks, Mikey.
These giggles?
Yes. God, that was a funny day. I couldn't stop laughing. Where is it? Show yourself. Oh! scared the shit out of me. Wanna be my lover? That scared me. Oh
Vivid
God!
underscore
Thank
insanity
you.
has gifted 10 subs.
Please thank Vivid if you got a sub. That's really nice. Thank you, and Mikey as well. My absolute goats. Oh my God, that made me jump. I don't know why my alerts scare me in Faz. I'm so locked in. Thank you, doll. Thank you so much. Honey, that's so funny. Everyone got jump scared. I'm sorry, guys. That's my bad.
I feel like a demon would have hunted by now.
I agree. Let me see you just. Let me see you just. Oh God, Tracy.
Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble.
We wobbling, bitch. Pink, shake that ass. Sorry.
Bam My Kid has gifted 6 subs.
Thank you, Trace.
Naughty boy.
Oh my God. Thanks, Vivid. That's incredibly generous of you.
This is what our average is.
Oh. We can check our watch.
Oh yeah.
Imagine put the average on there for us. Thank you, Vivid. Take care. I appreciate you.
For me?
Well, I never. Hi, B.
Demon, I'd be shocked. But I think it's Hantu.
Really?
I don't see orb.
Thank you, Trace. Thank you, Mikey and Trace. Thank you, Vivid. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. I'm gonna take a photo of it.
I can try to get it to pop up here.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, just a random level 5. Too nice to me. Stop it. I know, Abby. What the fuck? Hello?
Holy shit!
Okay.
That's 437 bits!
I'll turn the power on because if the map
Can
gets
I get
cold,
her?
then it's faster.
Maybe I get her.
Okay. Mikey, you still got a little jump out of me, but not that one time that I nearly shat my pants over. Bye, Vivid. Take care, doll. Hello?
Vivid underscore insanity has gifted 10
Hi,
subs.
Olive. Hi, Earl. Thank you for thanking. Vivid. Mikey. Thank you so much. What on earth? Vivid, I'm going to be doing this for as long as I'm able to. I love it too much. Bye, Vivid. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Do you have a lighter and incense?
I have... No, I don't.
Here, take some.
Thank you.
I'll go get some.
Okay. Imagine if I die right now.
Just in case.
That was so funny though. Olive, I hope you're well. Hello. Thank you for this hype train, guys. You already did way too much earlier. I didn't expect even a crumb of what happened today, so thank you so much. Very, very grateful. Yeah, a lot of us got from Mikey that day. It was probably one of the best, well-timed alerts ever. Striker. Oh my god, Ryan! Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass
74?
away, child.
How are you?
LT Soul Ripper just subscribed. But Carl.
But Carl! Thank you for 74. Oh my god. Was I wearing the same shirt? Oh shit, wait, David, did I miss a message? Oh, I might have missed a message. I want to take a photo of this ghost. How are you? Happy 74. That's huge. Thank you, doll. Oh my god. And Red! 8 months.
Put your ass away,
Be careful,
child.
Carla might try and rob the— Oh, I'll rob the train,
Hey, yo,
David!
just subscribe.
I'll rob it!
Hi, I train.
You know I like to rob trains. I'll do it. I'll do it. Thank you, Red. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everyone, so much. I really, really appreciate it.
Keeps turning the power off.
So it's not a gin.
It really wants it to be cold.
What the hell? I don't. It was an accident.
I'm pretty sure it's a Hantu.
I guess I don't need this photo. Tanira, it's my next horse.
He might get us on the way out.
Henry Real.
Hello?
Riptide Cruise the first. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna miss that horse. And Mimi's gone. I can stretch my legs out. For a split second, I thought you were gonna go. Ah!
Oh!
Oh! I don't think it worked. No. It was blinking.
I didn't see this other duplicate either.
The good thing is we remain calm. That was really good. So brave. Completely calm. Oh. I got a photo! I got a photo!
Oh no, it didn't show up though.
Oh, what? That's the best photo of the ghost I've ever seen! I got robbed! You can see his paws!
Oh my god, I see it on your screen.
That's such a good photo! That's $20 minimum! We're playing headliners. I need this for the evidence! Rob! Look how cool that photo is! Oh, boy. Unflappable. Alright, well. I know that I got that photo. You can literally... Like, that's such a good pic. Robbed worse than a train. Damn. Yes, App, I'm not on for that much longer, my love. Who's trying to raid me?
You have Hantu in your book?
Oh. Let me see. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. What? Oh, we can do an unofficial raid. What are you streaming? Have you finished officially? Or are you playing? Sorry, my love. We'll pretend. We'll pretend. Oh, Balatro. Wait, hang on. I want to unlock more stuff. Alright. Whoopsies. Whoopsie doopsies. Tammy carried as per usual. Whoopsies. Guys, I took a really good photo of the ghost and I got robbed. I could see his nostrils.
I saw it on your screen.
God damn it. I'm an artist. I got robbed.
You did.
Oh yeah, it was 2 evidence. Oh, I forgot. I just thought it wasn't giving us stuff. I have Tim Tams. Ooh, in the pantry. Good night, Red. Good luck with your schoolwork. Malatro. Ooh, big stretch. Big stretch, okay. Laurie. Photo.
Ooh.
Well, that's if it comes up. Because I am a good photo taker. Fuck. Laurie. Yeah, bird of course. Tammy, that's how you know Tammy's not at work. Caramel, is that sacrilege in Oz or normal? No. People like different. People like the double choc, Tim Tams. There's heaps. Not at all. $7 a pack. Although to be fair, a lot of the big 2, like Coles and Woolies, they're not any better sometimes.
I think Ghost is just in the front hallway.
Oh.
Just turn off the power.
Oh, shit. You're right, Bert. But
I think we've all been there.
Tim Tams. Oh my god, get this. Coles right now. $6. Down from $8. Woolies, $6. That's ridiculous. Yeah, true. They do half price a lot, which is nice. I only get Cadbury chocolate when it's on sale because it's so expensive now. It's $8 a block. You get 2 for 10 sometimes. Who do Aussies blame? I don't know. Oh, dots. Dots.
Oh.
The Aussie government.
Oh, we have UV.
Oh.
I don't see UV.
Oh wait, we do have UV?
No, it didn't show up.
Oh. My bad. Tony Abbott's saying
Not
Tony.
erased though.
Oh, true. I got a gluten-free Tim Tam for $10 recently. Oh, yeah, for gluten-free. That's pretty good. There's the bone. The barn. Oh.
There goes video.
Oh. Ooh, nice. Matt, just say sorry. You're fine. Everyone has an ensuite. That's crazy. What the hell?
Also not a phantom.
Ooh. Roger. Is that for the tiny bar or the big bar? Like the normal, like these. That size. summoning soon. I have props. Ab, thank you again for the unofficial raid doll. I hope you have a stunning night. I'll see you soon. Now you got me thinking about Balatro.
Two ghost events and no missed yet.
Oh. You know what to do. Let's summon. I don't think it was anyone. I think they were just taking the piss, maybe. Uh-oh. Oh, you're joking.
Oh no.
Oh. God damn it. That was Paul Keating. Oh. Do it again, babe. Pop up. Repel ghost, capture photo. Okay, can you show yourself again? Just pop up. One more time. For the one time. Or did it leave the camera because it's a... Oh. Are any of these scared by cameras?
We already crossed off Phantom.
Oh, that's right. You're right, you're right.
I got a video of the Phantom.
Iconic. Who's Malcolm Fraser? Daydreamer, thank you for thinking. That didn't work? What the hell? Oh, already have it. Joe, I know. What the hell?
Wait.
Can't believe that.
Or yokai, maybe? Hello?
Was it a plain ghost video? Because otherwise a phantom will show up like a translucent. Yeah, I think it was translucent. Or a shadow ghost.
Oh, it's freezing.
Oh.
It brings this one closer to Oni. And I have a feeling it's an Oni because it's evented at least 3 times now.
Door.
Got her.
I think we both did. Yeah.
And that probably would have taken me down by 20% also.
Oh, stop. Oh. Look at that. Gorgeous. Okay, now what do is repair.
You want to take this just in case?
Okay.
I'll get another one.
Time to repel it, guys. Oh.
You got this. You repelled a revenant.
As soon as she left. That's so funny. As soon as she left.
What the hell?
You got this. You repelled a revenant.
Wait, how? This Chrissy's in here.
It spawned on my head. It spawned on my head. I don't know. I don't know. Tammy, you got this. Carla dies immediately. I know. What the hell? What the hell? Look at that slut. They're the ones who got me. Keanu, what? Wrong chat? Or my chat? Where did that fun fact come from?
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, it feels like it doesn't fit with what we're talking about. I mean, it didn't shock me. That's so funny. Crazy.
I'm down to pick Oni if you are. I didn't get any ghosts missed.
Yeah, I'm down. Let's do it. Why not? Why not?
Okay.
YOLO. Yippee!
Whee! Apart from you
Nice.
dying.
Yes, that was as soon as you left, it spawned on my head. Wait, watch that clip. Watch how quick I die. Crazy.
Oh my god, where did it come from?
I don't know.
That's so unfortunate. Oh my god. Like that whole room was covered with crucifix.
Yep, well, there wasn't a crucifix on my forehead. So
I'm gonna start putting one under your feet wherever you go.
Yep, they love me. Oh, we're same level, just different prestige.
Oh.
You think I'm some pussy revenant? Steven. Incense. Member of your team witness a ghost event. Alrighty. Oops. Fave location. Oh, I love Tanglewood and I like the mini campsite. I don't know why. I love it. I love it. A bit too much, I think.
A door just shut somewhere.
Oh. They made a noise in here. They're in here.
Ah. Sure. Okay, I can turn this off.
Oh. Beep. Beep. Yeah, I love the camp. I love Tanglewood. I don't know why I love Tanglewood. It just feels nice. It just feels right. I don't know. I do like the big maps, but at the same time sometimes I'm like, oh my god, it's taking me so long to walk around. The potato still exists. Yes. How funny. I don't remember old. I mean, I played the game when it first came out, but I don't remember old. I do remember doing the tutorial and absolutely shitting my pants. But I'll say new, because I have more memories on it. But I also liked everything before the changes too.
Not a gin.
Yes. True. Can't find this bone.
I've got the door bug.
Oh no.
The sound bug.
Oh no. Is that a 5?
All I hear is the door creaking.
Oh shit. Wait, drop the item you were using when it started. Sometimes it stops it. Still going?
I have. Yeah.
Hmm.
I've dropped everything.
Oh, the garage door. Smart. Did I miss it? Oh, you're my goat. Thank you.
We're just helping him outside.
Oh, I would love steak and potatoes. Potatoes.
I'm bringing salt.
Potatoes. Not good. Where are they?
Oh, I tried to get it. It's spawned in the closet.
My god, get out of the closet. Do it. Oh my goodness. Do you believe in life after love? Mikey! I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough, love. Well, I know that I'll get through this. No, I can't. That's enough. Mikey!
This is the last time I will get to play this alert as a sexy young bachelor. Yum. Yes, gonna be married the next time I play this stupid alert. Carla, light of my life. Clunts my moon and stars.
UV.
Tracy my sun and sky. Gotta rest up and go do the big thing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Genuinely though, thank you so much for being a part of the proposal and honestly for being such an amazing community of people that helped me realize it was time to come out of my shell and that I was worth loving. Illism.
Mikey! We're so excited for you two! Yay! I can't believe it's gone that quick. Like already. It's crazy. No, we're so happy for you. Thank you so much for that awful alert. But I'm excited for you two. You get one more sappy Mikey moment. No, I couldn't be more happy for you guys. I'm very, very excited. Because guys, I mean, Mikey was here telling us about Trace before they even were official, you know? So it's been a long time. No, Keanu, it's okay, doll. Yeah, true. But you're fine. Oh my god. Can I take a photo of this idiot? Oh shit, I can't. Okay. Do we just have UV?
I think that's it. It's not freezing yet.
Okay.
Your sanity is low.
Oh. Whoopsies.
I'm gonna try a spirit box. Maybe it'll talk to me this time.
Average sanity. Oh, we need average sanity to drop. Incense. Well, I know that I'll get through this. See if I can get a nice vidya of the ghost. Are you gonna tell Tammy your Sunny's Luke? You were sitting in the corner in the dark trying to. Oh wait, 7! I forgot I did that. That's so funny. I'm such a dickhead. I'm fully slouched in my hair, half off it, so I can't see the keyboard while I'm typing. That's okay, doll. Be slouched. Live your life. Well, I know that I'll get through this. Thank you, Mikey. That's so nice. That's so nice size. You're fine, Pookie. I get it. Morgan. Hello. Give me a little 1-2.
I just got a spirit box.
Oh. Spirit box. Interesting. No orbs. Oh. Mikey.
Well, it stepped in all the salt, so probably not glue.
And no mimic, right?
Yeah, if no orbs, there's no mimic. It's not throwing much, so it's probably a phantom. We just haven't had a chance to take a picture of it yet.
Oh, I'll take a photo of it.
I'm trying to get him out.
Hannah, yum. They did, Casey. There was an update a couple days ago.
If they'll do something.
Nice tits! Yeah! Get that pussy out, girl!
Work for that rent. Work for that rent.
Hi dolls, get your pussy out.
It's out. And about, for that matter. Thank you, doll. How are you?
I'll get you some incense.
I have one.
Okay.
Casey. Real. Good night, Mikey. Have a stunning morning. We can't wait for the photos. And congrats again. Have a very good sleep. How exciting. Oh, Eb, my love. Well, you know what? You're the best, and I hope you feel better. It's a phantom.
Oh, yay! Okay.
Oh wait, cleanse the area. Did we get that thing?
I cleansed near it. Oh, we have to repel it actually. I'm keeping this with us because the phantom will roam to the players sometimes.
Okay. That's crazy. Why? Oh, the light bulb broke. Right.
Yeah.
Damn. Can't believe that phantom. It did count as a ghost photo though, which is cool. But he's not there.
Oh, we're below 25.
Hello.
Oh.
Can you light candles? That'd be so cool if you could.
I think some of them you can.
We're doing it, Joe. We're doing it. We're bloody doing it. I want to repel them. I mean, we don't need it, but.
I just heard a cruci.
Oh, and we have average sanity as well. Oh. Can you pick up the pieces? Oh, I have my camera on my hip. Oh, another cruci.
That was both of them.
Great. Come on. Come and get me.
I should have brought a motion sensor in here.
True. Watch it, yeah, watch it spawn in me. I can always grab the monkey paw, guys. Oh. Oh, it's walking.
Go, go, go.
I don't know where I'm going.
Oh, we're good.
Let's go.
We're good. Run away.
Oh my god, we did it.
I was like, wait, you're not in my closet.
I know, I don't know why I didn't go into the closet. It was too late to move.
It worked out though. I totally forgot we were in there.
True. Alrighty.
And you repelled.
Cuff! Play it again! I've recently recently, I would say 3 weeks, guys, you think? 3 weeks? A month? Imagine it wasn't a phantom this whole time. He did disappear though. So technically. Hold. Yes. Yippee!
Whee!
Delicious.
Oh, the money.
Yay. Yay. My patient's husband last night heard me tell my coworker, "Come on, you old cunt, we're going on an adventure." That was so funny. Wait, what? That's crazy. I love it.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
That's fair. That's fair, Cup. I was learning solo before a mate came in to teach, but solo honestly is quite fun to learn too. But I definitely understand like wanting to play with a crew. It's a different vibe. Less scary. Oh yay, no photo ones, even though I like photos, so I will still be doing it. I play both. Like if Tammy's not working, I'll run some solos. Or is working, sorry. But we'll try some community stuff in the future, for sure. Probably my 24-hour stream. Yeah, 7, I know, it's so balked. I don't know why. The bot's so over it.
Oh, it's phone.
Oh, nice. Checks out. Do you mean that T-Pain could have watched me for longer than the watch time says, guys? Wait, we're so back. It's probably hours and hours. And not just 10 minutes.
Oh, it's in this room.
Oh, nice. So back. Yeah, I don't know why it stopped. Yeah, getting the crew back together for more Faz would be a movie. A reunion, if you will. "27 and 13 hours of Cluntmas." I'm trying to find the, Oh, that's fun. Oh. Never mind. I wonder how I can fix it or if it's just balked.
I have the doll. I'll put it at the front door.
Yippee! It's over, but the laughter from... Yeah, that's so true. Wonder if there's a way that I can reset it. It's on Streamlabs. It just might be so old that no one uses it anymore. And therefore they've like stopped updating it. Because I was using it for the loyalty points before Twitch had channel points. It's probably just outdated. Which sucks. So everyone's stuck on their watch time for whenever it's stopped. So that means he's probably watched like 20 hours, right? It's more than 10 minutes, surely. Surely. Surely.
Here, Vivi.
Yippee! Firelight. Hitting 0 seconds is impressive. Oh. True, you're right. It's actually a skill. If you does anyone watch the Traders UK? Because those fuck-ass Lentons kill me. Oh my god, abs. God. We gotta run that back. I use... Oh wait, no, I use Stream Elements for the bot and Streamlabs for my alerts.
Not a Jin, because it turned the power off, unless we did.
I didn't. Unless I blew a fuse, but I feel like I didn't turn on that many lights.
I might have turned a bunch on.
Yeah, it could be. Oh, spirit box. No orbs yet.
I didn't see orbs in there.
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
bringing salt for a Galuta.
Just having room
And I'm
every
bringing in medicine as well.
Let me see. Let me have a look. Because now I'm curious. Chatbot. Loyalty. Oh, what the hell? Okay, weird. Loyalty settings were turned off. I wonder if that...
I brought you a pill.
If it's linked. Oh, thank you.
Oh, here.
Thank you.
That's because the Galoo can hunt at 65 if they're enraged.
Oh. Great. I've saved it. Interesting. Every 5 minutes. That's for points. I wonder if it's the same as chat stats.
Oh, I think it moved to the hallway.
Oh my god, Mikey's the third most. Mikey's
It
yapped.
moved to the back hallway where the offices are.
Back hallway. I don't know if that's watch time though. Viewer queue, connect, counters, timers, no modules, chat commands. Counters. We can see if that's connected. But I can't find watch time. But we'll see. At least you'll get honey points now. I don't know why the honey points stopped counting. Which is just points to gamble with. Because it was turned off randomly. Joe, yeah. Random as hell, right? The least likely person. I know that's right. So my ex-management, they created a management team.
Okay, it's not a Galoo.
Ooh, called Nappy Boy Gaming. And T-Pain handpicked some people to be a part of that gaming team, including Granny, one of my good friends. And Granny made a lobby
Back in its room.
and invited me to play. And we had a great old time.
I'm just trying to hunt.
Oh no.
I think it's a phantom again.
Because it tried to hunt in here and then it stepped in the salt in the room you were just in.
Great.
Oh.
Oh my
Is that me?
goodness.
We just have to cleanse near it. Oh, I didn't even hit him. The hell?
Who's critical and why are they moist? I'm joking. Henry's about to flip their desk. I'll see after this game. Maybe they removed it and that's why it stopped. I'm joking. No, yeah, maybe,
I'm getting more incense.
maybe they removed it and that's why the bot stopped, because when they removed it, gimme that. I don't know, I'll have a look. It should be a mod, because other stuff works. I don't know if that's the right thing though. Nine months. Okay. That was instant. Let me have a look. Did Tammy die too? With those antlers.
Actually, I think it's a poltergeist.
Oh shit.
It vented me and then threw a bunch of stuff.
Oh shit. Look at me dead on the ground with my legs spread. I wanna watch some Tim Robinson now. Zelia! I'm so tall. Look at me go. Hi, Caleb. How are you, doll? Whack. Excellent username. What is it? They're interesting. Definitely. Definitely interesting. What about you? Loyalty settings. I'm just gonna see if I can find... Oh, here we go. Watch time. That's interesting. So there's definitely like people, their watch time is high. There's a leaderboard. But it doesn't say anything about updating it, but there's a leaderboard. All time. The top is me, because I'm technically always watching myself. Then a OG viewer called Pete, whom I love. And then Nona is third. Nona is third, then Beck. Then Tammy. Oh, a few OGs. Jeffy's up there too. Wow. The left hand holding the flashlight is weird. Real. Interesting is generous. Hello, Beck. I heard my name. Because you're up there with watch time. My goats. of me running. Oh my god. TJ, enjoy your lurk, doll. Oh my god, look at its ass. Oh, it's definitely a poltergeist. Jesus. It's making a right mess. No, Henry, what if we'll change? Maybe I'll contact support and be like, hey guys, why isn't this working anymore? But there's no setting. It only has a leaderboard. So I wonder if they've just gone, oh, no one uses this, and removed it. Other. I wonder if they literally removed it.
You have Palti in your book?
Yes. I sure do. God, they wrecked everything. I died. Instantly. God damn it. It was throwing everything.
It evented me in the room with the lockers, and then when as soon as it disappeared, everything just flew off the table.
Oh,
I was
excellent.
like,
Stunning. Are you streaming?
Not yet. Probably in a couple hours.
Okay. Oh, wait, Bendy, that's actually funny. Yeah. Of course. I'll play a couple more and then I'll be good today. My wildest sneaking out story. I never did. Oh, I have a sneaking in story. I can tell you. But I couldn't sneak out during high school because we had a house alarm. So, not because of me, but just because we alarmed our house. Because my stepdad wanted to. Because he had, he would, what's it called? Restore old vehicles. So, you know, he wanted to protect his cars. But once I wanted to sneak someone in, Mum wasn't home. Poor stepdad. He was in the lounge room. And I was sneaking a friend in. So I got them in the back door. And then I had to, like, not make it sus.
The doll is in the kids' room?
Roger. And, because I wouldn't shower at, like, 12 a.m. So I went up to him and I'm like, oh, I just feel a bit weird. I'm just going to take a shower, letting you know. He's like, yeah, all good, no worries. So I snuck them in the shower. And then I had to, like, time the shower right. Honestly, I don't know how I did it. It was, honestly, the greatest heist of my life. I don't know how I pulled it off. Jay, I don't know, man. I don't know. Because I didn't want to sneak out / I couldn't sneak out. He knew. No, there's no way he knew. There is no way he would have allowed that. He was definitely cool, but there's no way he would have let that happen.
Puzzle room?
There's no way. Sing it, girl. Oopsies. Girl. I'm climbing the... Oop. Yusuf, hello.
The EMF was like flopping around on the floor. Oh, it's not a mare.
Oh.
Flopping around. Origin.
Yeah, Mum was pretty much the same. She just liked honesty. I wasn't really rowdy though, to be honest. Because all I would do is edit and make really bad YouTube videos. So she had it somewhat easy with me because I didn't want to drink. I really didn't give a shit. While my friends were getting drunk in like a football field around the corner from me, I'm like, I'm gonna play Habbo Hotel. Like, I was just so not cool, but I don't care, man. I wanted a Milo and Habbo Hotel. I didn't give a shit. Couldn't care less. I went to like 118th. That was the first time I had a drink because everyone turned 18 in senior year. But I was 17. I was the young one. So Mum was like, hey, listen, I'll get you a 4-pack or something. But I'm picking you up at this time and I'm taking you home. I'm like, okay, that's a good deal. What a throwback, I know. Yeah, Benji real. But yeah, I think because we had so much trust, like, I just couldn't, like, there's no point lying to her when I didn't want to do any of that anyway. You know? Paranormal sound, incense. Incense. Yeah. Yeah, Striker. My friends all had easier houses to get out of and I just, there's no way I was trying it. What happened?
I had the other paramedic here.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Say something. Oh, Yusuf, that's me tonight. I'm hoping I sleep better tonight.
Get out.
Have you ever heard of Please? Rude bitch is crazy. What the hell? Oh, Axel's #1 with points? Yeah, I haven't been sleeping this week. What the hell? Oh, Yusuf. Oh my god. Okay, Whimsy. You're the dead one is so funny. You're dead, I'm not. So maybe reset the attitude? Yeah? Alright, good. Okay, outdoor lifestyle. Oop. Okay, one with nature. Okay, motherfucking That's okay, dear. Oh.
It's like shaking non-stop.
Ooh, okay. We go. I'm so glad I made it to 6 hours. Yay! I honestly didn't think I would. I was feeling so ill before. The good news is I was gonna move my doctor's appointment till next week, but I did it yesterday, so I don't have to end early to go to the doctor's. We're so back.
I'm not getting UV. You want to try the spirit box again?
Okay. Are you here? How old are you? Are you an elderly victim? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Are you here? How old are you? It hates us. Thank you, Joe. Same. I don't like feeling that way, especially when I'm having a good time on stream. I don't want it to stop. Oh wait, did I just totally... Oh. I totally forgot about my Tamagotchis.
It's not a Maroi.
Right.
Carla, I think it's a Revenant.
Great. Well, prove it to me, pussy. Show me yourself.
Carla.
Yes?
You know you get an achievement if you escape it and survive.
Well, we're getting this achievement. Where are you? Go
Wait,
on.
Let me... I think what we can do... So I'll put a cruci out here just in case, but... We'll repel it. You stand in front of me. I'll stand behind you with the incense as a backup, and then we can repel it and run in this closet right here.
Sounds good. Striker, I can't believe I said that. Not the scatter. That's funny. Show me yourself. Ghost, it would be funny if you attacked me while Tammy isn't here.
We won't hunt just yet. Okay, I'm gonna get,
That scared the shit out of me.
I'm gonna get this one out of here.
Oh, shit.
So these cover this whole room in case it does a ghost event like that again.
Okay. Axel!
Actually, I need the light off, don't we? What's our average?
Oh, I fucking lit it.
It's okay, I have one.
Every time I think it's a fucking...
Do you have an extra? Here.
I burnt 2 for no reason, Tammy. I keep getting got by the event. You keep them, you keep them, you keep them.
Okay.
Come on,
Wait,
hunt!
what is our average? Oh, we're totally in hunting range, but...
Drake has a uniform? That's so funny. Hello?
Okay. You stand on this one. Actually, this is risky without you having one too. I just want you to get the achievement.
Please. I'm more like your event after smudging. Oh god. Wait, it's Cunty?
Here she comes. Caught her.
Colty. Sorry, babe. I was like, Cunty. Yes. Sorry, babe. That makes more sense.
Yes.
Yippee.
Okay. I don't know if she was targeting you. Hopefully. You were in front of me.
It's working again. We're so back.
Yep.
Yippee! Oh shit. When are you off next week?
If you get that trope. Next week, Monday, Tuesday, and then Friday through Sunday. So I'll
Okay.
actually be off for the Howlin' Wake event.
Oh. Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay, cool. So Monday,
The
Tuesday
first
is
day of it.
Tuesday, Wednesday for me. Okay. Yippee!
Okay. Shall I send it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if you got that trophy.
Ooh, okay. Yes. Killer, is it in Discord? Oh. What is it? Oh, yes, I've seen this. I've seen this, and every time I see it, I literally lose my mind. It cracks me up. A bit too much, actually. Ow! Oh, sorry. Did we get the trophy?
I don't know. I already had it. I was wondering if you had it.
Do you know what it looks like?
You would have gotten a Steam achievement also.
Oh. Ooh, I'm missing one ghost. What's this ghost?
Ooh.
I don't know. I'll fix it. Axel, stand behind me.
It's one of the original ones.
Oh. Damn. You just tongued the dent? Ah, what I wouldn't give to be that dent. Guys, what a day we've had. This is good. Who's dent? We're talking about MJ earlier here and on Grand and now on my real stuff. Yeah, same. Same. It's ridiculous. Oh my god. Guys. Did someone say KFC? I don't care. I love it. Tammy.
Hello?
So you're streaming later, you said?
Oh yeah. It's a Maroi.
Oh.
I was trying to figure out which one it
That's
was.
so funny.
I was going through and crossing everything off.
Oh my god. Wasn't there used to be a ghost
no, Maroi's
called...
down here.
Isn't it ghost... there was a ghost called Hanoi?
Hanoi?
Do you remember that?
No.
Back in the day? Because I used to say it's so annoying. Oh, wait, no. Was that... Was that in COD and I'm thinking... Don't worry, I'm out of it. Whatever.
Oh.
Did you figure it out? I can cross them up. Why don't you just say them and I'll cross it.
I think you're missing a Goryo, but I could have sworn you've gotten one.
Here, read them out and I'll cross.
I'm going down to pussy tossing.
Oh, okay.
Pussy tossing.
Alright, ready?
Pussy tossing.
Wait, hold.
I'm going down
Hold.
Oh.
Sorry. I can't hear you.
Pussy tossing.
Okay, I'm ready now. Solace!
Solas32
Alright.
has gifted 5
Spirit
subs.
Wraith,
Naughty
Phantom
boy.
Poltergeist.
Phantom Poltergeist. C.
Okay. And then Banshee,
Thank you, Solace. How are you?
Jin, Mare, Revenant. The
Correct.
text is so small.
We've had a mimic, we've had a shade for
Shade.
sure.
Demon, Yurei, Oni. Yokai, Hantu, Myling. Onryo. The twins. Raiju, Obake. Mimic, Moroi, Diogen, Thay. So it is Agoria.
What? Really? Solace, how are you? That's so kind. Sorry, we're figuring out my ghost. How are you, doll? Thank you so much. And Sienna, thank you for thanking Solace as well. And Bad Puns, good to see you.
I'm just amazed that you
My
didn't get
goodness.
the Rev trophy.
Same, I thought
Unless
we...
it pops up later.
Oh, yeah, probably. Damn.
Because I'm pretty sure you were in front of me when I repelled it.
True.
So it would have gone for you first.
You right, you right. Alright, we'll do an LG.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yippee! Thank you so much for the support today, guys. You're way too good to me. Oh, I
This
appreciate
might put me
you.
at level 80.
Oh.
Unless I die, of course.
Oh, 7. Nice. Oh, damn. It looks like Stream Elements is working now. Oh, shit. Okay. What the hell? We're chillin'. I started early today. And I meant to be going to see Mortal Kombat this afternoon, so I have to get off and get ready. But oh my goodness.
Phone's at the red tent by the bathroom,
Ooh.
and so is the ghost.
Okay. I haven't seen orbs very much. Look at disc. Oh, oh. May 7, so I did.
So the gin.
I did get the achievements on my Steam, apparently.
Oh! Okay, well, when we go back out, the trophy will probably be there.
Oh my
that's
god.
awesome.
Yay. I didn't even know it was coming out, Striker. I'm such a fake fan. You don't have the Goryo. Oh, there we go. Okay. Motion sensor?
Ooh. Alright, I'm trying Spear Box. Maybe it won't hate me.
This time's different. You a bastard! Guys, every time it hits Friday and I know...
Bouncing again.
Oh, shit.
I don't know if it's just on mine or what.
Oh. You never completed training? What? Maybe when it first came out there was nothing. I think it's tarot cards maybe? Hold. No. But the mirror's not there. The doll's not there. So maybe it is Monkey Paw. Did I miss it? Oh, music box. Is a music box in a tent? I'm assuming so. I'm assuming. Oh, yeah. 100. That's my goat. My absolute goat. 100. Oh my goodness. We'd be over it.
We have UV.
Oh, nice.
Oh, shoot. It just tried to hunt.
Oh shit. Oh no.
It might be a demon. Let me cleanse real quick.
Uh-oh. Oh, Axel, I saw one this morning going, hello? Oh, okay. Whew.
We were average 60 when it tried to hunt.
Oh god. Me when? I get it.
Demon, Galoo, or Obama. Probably not a Galoo though, because that burned the crucifix way out. I took a pill.
Oh.
Oh, I just took a pill. I bet it's a demon.
Me when? Wait, did we have spirit box?
Yeah, it's not a good one. I didn't get it. I
Wait, so
tried.
it's just UV?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What?
What happened?
The EMF was bouncing around.
Oh.
I'm gonna move the other one.
Oh,
in
wait,
here
did it
just in
close
case.
that writing book, maybe?
It did, yeah. Is it freezing now?
Maybe. Ghost dogs? What the hell? Hi, Bliss. My back just cracked. Oh, oh yeah.
I used my one incense. Let me go get another one. But I put the other crucifix in here.
Roger that. Want a hot shower on me back. Good doll. Today's been fun. I have to go and get ready soon, but I've had a lot of fun. I'm already excited for next week. That's what I was gonna say. Every week I get to Friday, and then it's Mother's Day weekend, and you know there's heaps on. And I go, oh my god, I'm so excited to hang out again. Couple days. Me too. I'm gonna jump in that shower so quick. I'm stuck.
It's freezing. It's a demon, most likely.
So I'm stuck.
You're stuck?
Did it throw the book?
It did, but we got UV and freezing.
I can't seem to move.
Oh no.
So I might die. Oh, I'm good. I'm out.
Oh, wait. I saved you.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. So we can't rule out the fact that it closed the ghost writing book because of the 2 evidence?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So that could just be the evidence that it's hiding.
I don't think it's a mimic.
It's definitely a demon.
Okay. Step says I'm stuck.
I'm scared.
Oh.
It's right here. Oh, no, it's
Oh.
not. Oh. Did that even work? Oh, it did. Okay, I deleted that.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. My back wants that hot water so bad. Ooh, shit. It's gonna be so nice.
Okay. The yellow tent has the hiding spot in it. So I'm gonna go that way.
Come and get me. Fuck. Thank you.
Oopsie.
Whoopsies. Can they hunt so I can take a photo of it? I want a sick pic. Hello? I can play the music box if you want.
Ooh. Oh, it's coming. It's
Where?
coming. Hide. I'm going in front of it. Oh.
Tammy! Whoa! Tammy! Oh! Whoa! You got thrown! Oh my god, I've never seen it. Oh my god, you just got flung. I've never seen that before. You went flying. Oh god, rest in peace. Are we locking in demon? Tammy, I've never seen a body get flown, or flung, I should say, so hard. That's crazy. Oh my god, okay. What the hell? That was wild! Wowza. You got thrown like a ball.
You survived, yay.
Oh my god, I can't believe.
Oh, you're so close to 80. Oh my god.
Oh god. I gotta go. It's okay. We will potentially prestige next week, even though I don't want to because I have items.
Well, I can hold on to mine.
Yeah, you're right.
Until you get more stuff.
You're right.
Because you get a fancy new badge. You unlock a new shirt.
Nothing
Actually, let me show
convincing.
you.
That's funny.
I'll show you what this is what that's what the Prestige 2 looks like.
Alright,
Is
you've
this
sold
one
me.
right
It's pink. Shit. Henry was so back! Yeah. Alright.
Thank you for
Thank you for games. Tammy will be live later, guys. We'll play definitely next week.
Yeah.
Yippee, and
Enjoy your
Reaper.
movie.
Thank you.
Oh,
Popcorn time.
In dark water. Oops.
What'd you say?
I said in dark water.
Oh. I thought you said shark water. I'm like, is that a brand of drink? What is that? Alright, cool. Alright, thank you for
Okay.
games.
I'll see you next week.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Love you, bye. Tammy, I'll go. Tammy will be live later. She streams most nights when she's not working. So you can go hang out with Tammy. I'll go. Probably doing no Evie runs as well because they're a mastermind. Tammy, oh my god, Burrito, thank you. Zell, I know that happened with Tim Curry and Elmo. Crazy. Guys, thank you for today. Thank you for this week. A freak off a leash. Morgan. Guys, thank you for this week. Your understanding, your generosity, your support, the laughs. We've played the same 3 games, but I've enjoyed it. I love you guys so much. I'm very grateful for you. Tammy, you went flying. I will do more variety next week, and I'll also still do all the games that I want to play because Faz scratches something in my brain that I like. So screw it all to hell. But no, thank you so much for everything. Yes. I'll figure everything out. Apologize, I dare you. Oh shit. Fuck. But no, thank you guys. I love my Pookie so much. I'll see you in 2 days. So very, very soon. And it's crunch time, baby. We're going to be doing a lot. I'm very excited. Plus, I have no appointments next week. So it means I can just stay on, which is nice. Why is a PTMO in there? Because you love pussy tossing. It's okay, babe. It's fine. I'll see you in a couple of days, guys. Happy Mother's Day for those who celebrate. And yeah, I'll see you next week, guys. Take care. You're the best. Bye. Me and